perfect way to close the day. Let me say that.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Do you think Denver's a good team? It's my understanding.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to day 2 of the city council retreat. My son was driving me over here this morning and he was like, so your retreat's in a public place. You don't go someplace else and everybody watches you. And I'm like, yes, that's how it works for a city council. So, all right, so good morning, day 2. We're gonna get into some substance today, although yesterday was a great opener. And so I'm gonna hand it off and we'll get going.
Yeah, so yesterday was great. I hope you all enjoyed the sun. Oh, I'm supposed to do this right. I hope you all enjoyed the sunshine as much as I did when we got out of here a little bit early. Even if you had to go back to the office to see a little sun was really lovely and I enjoyed it. So I want us to do a check-in before we get around to all the weighty matters of the day. And here's what I would like to hear from you. What is the most joyful thing you can think of this morning about Asheville? What do you love about Asheville? Anybody can start. We'll go to the left.
What I enjoy about Asheville today.
Yes.
I enjoy the feeling that I feel after being away for over 30 years of being in a place that brings back so many memories. I wake up in the morning, sometimes I think about, the things I was doing as a child in the yard, and I think about the friends, and I think about just my family in general. And that's really what keeps me here, and the memories. Thank
Deep
you.
roots.
Yeah.
Nice. So I guess, Deborah, that's you.
I threatened her not to go, but of course she went.
Well, now you know how much power you have.
Yeah, right, exactly. Confirmed. The freedom to be who you are.
I love the community. It still feels like a city where you can run into folks in the grocery store or going about your business, and we're not so big yet that it feels anonymous. It still has a real sense of community.
This isn't as profound, but these mountains,
Yeah.
I plan on being in them here in another few hours, and that never gets old.
That's right.
I'm actually going to copy Deborah's, and it's the freedom to be who you are. When we were walking back yesterday, it's one of the things that we were talking about, just how accepting Asheville is in general, and how really you can express yourself however you want to and be generally accepted in the community.
Antoinette.
So actually, I agree with Sandra, but one thing I look forward to most mornings, I'm a morning person, is like opening the door and like when there's like the dew and the fresh air, it's different than it is other places that I've lived in. So it's just I guess it's the mountains, it's the environment of Asheville.
Beautiful.
Well, the reason I moved here was the mountains, but also the sense that when you got here, that people were going to embrace you and kind of let you in and let you be part of the community, and that isn't like that in a lot of communities, and Asheville's just very welcoming.
I too will echo the welcoming. At this point, I've lived in Asheville any longer than anywhere else in my life, and it is my home, and it is where I chose to raise my children. So for me, it is the people and the places. I'll never, I never get tired of driving on 240 and coming across that spot and seeing our downtown and those mountains in the distance, or that spot where you're going onto Patton Avenue. And I feel like I'm coming home. And I know it's like Esther said, I can go anywhere in this city and see people I know and have seen their children grow and start their own children, and people and places.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Kim?
This morning, I had the opportunity to join community members with the students at Asheville High that were concerned about their space to meet for student groups like the BSU and Unidos. And it was a reminder of the joy of the children that this city raises, that we care about, And some of them have been raised by the people at this table.
I appreciate the people. I feel a sense of community. I feel this heightened sense of unity that's forming. I think we have overcome and bypassed some of the small conflicts, so you can kind of feel this spirit of togetherness rising. You kind of see it in different areas, in the school area, within community organizations. It just feels like this new movement is budding. So I appreciate the people, the willingness to serve, lead, and be led.
Yes, yes. So it feels to me like Asheville is a place where we are one community, but we have lots of sub-communities that are a part of our town. And what I most enjoy about it is that each sub-community, while we may think different things or believe different things, we will absolutely defend the right of the other groups to have their own opinion and to have their own view and to be different. And that's one of my favorite things about it, is it's just, I've never lived anywhere else where it was like that, where you have a different view, but you'll sort of defend to the finish my right to be different too. I just think that's very special. So thank you for that. It's nice to start on a joyous note. And so now, not that this isn't a joyous note, this is a very joyous note. This is so special. Now Tony is going to give us a budget update and help us right-size our thinking so that we'll be ready for prioritizing. Mm-hmm. Yes, well, I make no promises.
And Tony, if I could just say just a couple of things. One is thank the budget staff. This is your time, your season, creating this budget, and we have done it in a very different way this year in terms of the level of collaboration and input that we receive from the community, from department heads, and looking at this opportunity to hopefully create a budget that reflects the wishes and desires of our organization, that we are not having one department compete against another department. We really are looking at what are our community-wide issues, concerns, priorities, and as an organization, we need to respond in that manner. So I just really wanted to acknowledge and thank the budget staff for all the hard work you've done and yet to be done, because we have a long way before we can cross the finish line on the budget process. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Deborah. Thank you for saying that. And thanks for the introduction, and thanks for the saying that it's joyous, because I think it is, and it's something we get to do once a year, and it's a busy time for a year for us, stressful, but we enjoy doing it, and I've been doing it a long time, so appreciate all that, and look forward to talking to you all today. This is really kind of, I think, maybe the second step in our process this year. We've got about 3 months or so left, I guess, in the budget process, which seems like a lot of time, but it'll be here before you know it, and you all will be adopting a budget in June, and we'll be moving into a new fiscal year. So I'm going to kick off today, but just like at the work session a couple weeks ago, it's going to be a team effort today. I'm going to start and talk a little bit about some of the economic context, some of the revenue forecasts, and then I'm going to turn it over to Taylor Floyd, our budget manager, who's going to run through some of our expenditure forecasts for next year. And then we're also going to hear from David Melton in water about some capital improvement projects there, and then also from Jay Dundas and Walter Ear from Capital Projects about some planning we're doing around some of our facility needs. So I'll get started and just kind of a quick overview of the presentation today. Like I said, we're going to start with just a few slides on the economy. Then we're going to move into the revenue and expense forecast for next year. Taylor's going to share with you all some examples of some of the requested service investments the departments have made for next year. And then we're going to hear some details about the advanced metering project in water and also the facility study that Capital Projects is working on. So, as always, we start with some key takeaways. And so for us today, there's really three things we would like you all to remember from today's presentation. The first of which is the overall, the economic outlook is positive. And we're seeing that in some of our projected revenue growth for the general fund next year. And a lot of that comes from our sales tax growth, and I'll show you all some slides in a moment about where we're headed with that. At the same time, we have really good economic growth, really good revenue growth, but we're also seeing some really significant and even historic inflationary pressures across the economy, but particularly in fuel and also in salaries and wages as well. And we'll talk to you all a little bit about that as we go along. And what that means is when you combine the inflation with the revenue growth, even though we are having really good revenue growth, there's still going to be a limited ability for us to fund new and expanded services next year. And then finally, as you'll hear about is from Walter and David, we're really taking a data-driven review of our facilities to provide a roadmap for our long-term investments on the capital side. I'm gonna put my glasses back on so I can see this. I can never figure out, am I close enough or too far away? So, okay. So just a reminder of our timeline. Again, I referenced the fact that we're just a couple steps into the process and we have about 3 months to go before budget adoption. And so this is our calendar for this year. If you all remember, we had a work session back a few weeks ago, and just as kind of a reminder of some of the things we talked about at that work session, like Deborah mentioned, the budget process this year is really a continuation of the work that we've completed over the last few years, and the work this year will obviously continue past budget adoption this year as well. It's a multi-year process. As we mentioned in February, and as we'll talk about again today, overall, our financial position in the current year is strong, and there's a positive outlook for next year as well, particularly in the general fund. And that we are working, and this is what Jay talked about a couple weeks ago, we're working to develop a better understanding of our capital needs, prioritization, and funding strategy. So just to kind of begin with a little economic context, and you all may remember, I think it was 2 years ago, for you all that were on council then, we were in this room in March, and we had Tom DeVete, a local economist, come and do a really deep dive into the economy. I think Tom spent hour and a half with you all going through a bunch of data and a bunch of charts. And the next week, COVID hit, and that was the end. Yeah. So I didn't look back at Tom's presentation from that day, and I don't know if he did any forecasting or anything like that. I know he shared a lot of like historical data. But I can guarantee if he did any forecasting that day, it was completely wrong. And you know, a lot of the forecasts we even did back then ended up being wrong. And I think particularly on the sales tax side, because when we were talking to you all 2 years ago, as I go through the economic data today, I'm gonna kind of reference back to pre-pandemic and kind of where we're at today. But 2 years ago, we were expecting some really historic drops in our sales taxes in the general fund because of the pandemic. And it turned out not to happen. In fact, we've seen historic growth instead. So it's been a very different performance, I think, over the last 2 years in the economy and in our general fund revenues than we would have anticipated a couple years ago when we were talking to you all. So I have a few slides, and again, this is Tony's version of the economic overview. It's not nearly as in-depth as what Tom's was a couple years ago. And so just to start with a few slides, so at kind of the national level, some economic data. And I participated in a webinar last week where we heard an update from some folks at the state about the economy. And a lot of the data I'm pulling today is from that presentation I heard last week. So unemployment rate, and again, as I mentioned, I'm gonna compare, as I go through some of the data, I'm gonna compare where we were 2 years ago to kind of where we're at today, because that kind of gives you an idea of how we've recovered from the pandemic. So the unemployment rate, the US unemployment rate 2 years ago in January 2020 was 4%. And now it's at 3.5%. So we pretty much fully recovered on the employment side from the impacts of the pandemic. Another thing you all are probably hearing a lot about is wage growth. There is significant wage growth going on in the economy. You can see this is kind of 3 years of historic data, but we could go back farther. But that 5.7% wage growth that we're seeing right now is one of the highest levels of wage growth that we've seen in a very long time as well. And that kind of reflects some, which was February 2020, showed a 7.9% increase over the prior year. And that's the largest increase in 40 years, so pretty much a generation. So for most of us who've been working, I've been doing this for a long time, but we've never seen that kind of inflationary growth. And it's really impacting us, and Taylor will kind of get into this a little bit, in areas like fuel and salaries, as I mentioned earlier. And please stop me if you have any questions. So kind of transitioning to some North Carolina economic data. Really kind of the same story here that we saw at the national level. Unemployment 2 years ago was at 3.5%, it's 3.9% now, so we've almost fully recovered in North Carolina as well. You can see the pandemic peak, which happened almost 2 years ago to the date, was 12.9%. So there was a huge increase in unemployment. You'll see a similar number when we get to the local data here on the next slide. So there's definitely been a huge recovery in North Carolina. GDP in North Carolina is expected to grow by 3.1% this year. So good growth there, not quite as strong as the national growth, but still very good growth in North Carolina. And we're expecting to gain in North Carolina about 124,000 jobs next year. And the area that's seeing the largest increase is the hospitality and leisure section of the economy, which is, you're going to see in the next slide, and I'll go ahead and go to that, the local data, very similar to that in terms of economic growth. You can see our unemployment rate here in Buncombe County, it usually trends a little bit lower than the state average. We were at 2.5% 2 years ago. Now we're 2.6%, so we pretty much recovered to where we were. And you can see the pandemic peak for us, which happened in 2 months, in April and May of 2020, at 17.5%. So we had a huge jump when the pandemic first started. Total county employment is up 3% compared to 1 year ago. Again, comparing back to that number for the state, and our biggest area of growth is also in hospitality and leisure. And then finally, the last thing I'll kind of leave you with on the economic data side, locally, is the housing price increases. I think this has made, obviously been in the news a lot around here. Median home prices are up about 13% since last year. And median two-bedroom apartment rent is up about 25%. And I think you all have heard that is one of the highest, if not the highest, rates in the state in terms of prices for apartment rents. So just one quick slide on kind of looking forward, economic forecast, and really, again, I hate to do economic forecast because I'm certainly not an expert, and any kind of forecast you do today, the one thing I can tell you about is it's going to be wrong. It's not going to be right for sure. So just a few bullet points, and again, these are things I heard last week at the webinar I was at, which is that we do think economic growth is going to continue in the coming year. There is obviously some uncertainty around things happening globally with the war in Ukraine and inflation, but the forecast is for economic growth to continue. There is an expectation that inflation rates will modify next year, so we're not going to continue to see them probably at the rate they're at now. But one of the things I also heard at the webinar is it's unlikely that they're going to go back down to the levels that they were at prior to the pandemic. And some of that relates to the fact that there's this trend called deglobalization that's happening, where a lot of the manufacturing and things like that were happening overseas are now being brought back to the United States. And then another key thing is that there's obviously been a lot of federal fiscal stimulus put into the economy over the last couple of years with the CARES Act and ARPA. It's not going to be as much of that in the coming year, so that's going to drag growth down a little bit. So growth is probably not going to be at the level it was at in calendar year 21. And then finally, there also is a prediction that worker shortages are going to abate in the coming year, which will help hopefully with some of the labor issues, but it's still likely that we're going to see continued growth in wages just because the labor market is likely to remain tight. However, and I put that last bullet in, and this really, I think, kind of relates to what's happening at the local level, is even with those wage gains that we're seeing, a lot of the increases are being eaten up by the housing cost increases and the inflation that's being seen in the economy.
Hey, Tony, the deglobalization point about why we won't see prices falling back to pre-pandemic levels, you're saying because the cost of production, because of deglobalization and bringing it back to the U.S., the cost of production is going to be higher?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. So, and I didn't add this, and I think this actually happened just a couple days ago, but we are starting to see interest rate increases as well. The Federal Reserve increased interest rates earlier this week, and they signaled that that's likely to continue, which That has both a positive and a negative impact on our budget, because as interest rates go up, our investment earnings increase. However, as we go out and issue debt, the cost of that goes up as well, so. Okay, any questions about the economic data before I kind of transition into our general fund revenue forecast for next year?
I have two questions. One is, when we look at what's happening with our staffing levels, what are we doing about retention? I'm thinking specifically of our contracted workers like transit drivers and staff, because if the entry-level wages are gonna keep going up, then we're gonna have issues with losing our folks who have institutional knowledge and training.
Either way.
I wish I had a more positive response. What we can say is that we are doing as much as we can to look at all kinds of best practices in terms of retention. But the reality is, it is really competitive right now. And, you would think that maybe it's just salaries, so we raise salaries. But then they'll say, well, we want flexibility, or we want, so it's a lot of complicated things right now to retain employees, but we think that we are creating a menu of ways to try to retain, and it's still competitive, and it is still difficult related to retention. Most of all, though, that we are trying to make changes in our culture to make sure that our existing employees know that they are valued and that they're needed. We need them desperately right now, but it's tough.
Is there a way that our paid family medical leave could be extended to contract workers, or is that already happening?
Well, I'll probably defer to our HR department to look into some of those things. It may be an option, but I'm not sure if that's what is preventing us from retaining employees.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
So I'll look up for updates. But the second one is around fuel costs. So what are we doing to invest in a fleet that's resilient to these fluctuations while meeting our carbon reduction goals? I'm thinking specifically of, I know there's a trend towards like electric tour buses in the music industry, but in our public safety committee last month, we were presented with a new mobile command vehicle. And my understanding is we didn't look at hybrid or electric options. So what's our long-term plan for both meeting our carbon reduction goals and not having the cost of fuel hit us so hard?
Yeah, well, with this particular vehicle that was discussed in a public safety committee meeting, it was really a sense of urgency. We had a window of opportunity to secure this type of a facility at a vehicle at that particular price, where the parts were available. We seized an opportunity. We are looking at significant congruence between our sustainability goals and our operational needs. That is equipment and vehicles and all that, and trying to mesh those goals. And that's the best response I can give you. If Amber were here, she probably would say it a lot more eloquently, but.
Well, I'm remembering from that presentation that there was a conversation about how our previous mobile command vehicle was sitting in storage and parking. And I just don't want to see this one sitting in storage and parking if the move away from gas. Acknowledging that electric vehicles do not mean that they're fossil fuel free. But I'm wondering if we can look at policies that make us more resilient in the future for pursuing hybrid vehicles, at least as an option, at a minimum.
And I don't know if Jay wants to respond to that. No, they don't. Jade, if you can come, so you can be mic'd.
I know there may be more follow-up later, those are two of my main concerns. If the cost of fuel is gonna go up, plus we shouldn't be using it, then maybe we need to support staff in purchasing.
Good morning, Jade Dundas, Capital Projects Director. I do know that Amber has been working with our fleet department. I didn't see Greg until I was halfway up here. There is a policy that's being worked on. It's actually just another iteration of our previous, policies regarding looking at fleet and trying to electrify fleet and that sort of thing. There is the data-driven aspects of that are certainly a component. And I know that our fleet manager, along with the sustainability group, are working to refine that and then also further that effort too. So I do believe that the focus on electric vehicles and more fuel efficiency are definitely part of our future with regard to the fleet purchase.
Thank you, I look forward to that.
Good morning, Greg Schuler, Public Works Director. Jade covered it pretty well. One of the things that we are working really hard to try to meet the sustainability goals that earlier version of this council laid out is to try to put the infrastructure in place to use more electric vehicles. That's a really big challenge for us right now, but Jade and his team, you'll hear a little bit about that later, but as we build new infrastructure, as we try to accommodate more electric vehicles, that's a huge challenge for us. Excuse me. I want to, I really appreciate the other departments who are being very open-minded as we recommend, hey, what about a hybrid for this type of vehicle? It doesn't work in every case, but thanks to especially the police department, fire department for saying, we'll give it a go. So we got a long way to go. A lot of challenges, but hate we're losing Amber. She was a great leader to get us where we need to be on that, but we'll move forward with it.
When you say there's a challenge around the infrastructure, do you mean like charging stations and a way to host an electric fleet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'd like to share, we also have that issue for residents. You all have seen my emails. I drive electric and I have been stranded in downtown and unable to charge for down systems and so it's not just our fleet, but it's also what we provide for our residents and our parking decks and such that could be much improved.
Agreed.
All right, and if I could just, before we move on, kind of to follow up on what Ms. Campbell said about the retention issue, I think it has definitely helped the investment that City Council made in the current budget year with the dollars that went toward implementation of the compensation study. In my 20 years or here at the city, it was definitely the biggest increase and add-on to salaries that we've had in the time I've been here. So I think that's helping with retention. Obviously, it's not solving the problem like Ms. Campbell said. So, any other questions? Okay, I will move on to the next section, and I've just got a couple more slides. I'll turn it over to Taylor. So just kind of a quick revenue forecast for the general fund. So we always like to start with this chart to kind of give everybody an idea, remind folks of where our revenue comes from in the general fund. And the key takeaway here is that the biggest part of our general fund revenue, about 75–76%, comes from two sources. That's property taxes and sales taxes. And so those are the ones I'm really going to focus on today. I'm not going to talk about the others so much. I'm happy to talk about them if you'd like, but just kind of get into the property tax. So what this chart is, this shows some history back to 2014 of our property tax base. So this is not the revenue that comes in, but this is actually the base that we tax upon. And you can see those light green bars are the years that we have revaluation, and that happens every 4 years, and obviously that changes the tax base, and then we typically lower the tax rate to take away some of the impact of that on the taxpayers. But it's really kind of those dark blue lines that we really want to focus on to kind of get an idea of what average growth is and kind of where we're headed next year. And I think one thing I would point out on this one is that those 3 years between FY19 and FY21, those were higher than normal growth years. And the main reason for that was those were the years that the property from Mission, which previously had not been on the tax rolls, came on the tax rolls. So that really boosted property tax base growth in those 3 years. So you really have to go back to kind of to FY 16 and 17 to kind of see what an average year is in terms of tax base increase. And it's usually somewhere between 2 and 2.5%. And that's kind of what we're looking at next year. It's still early. We haven't gotten any official information from Buncombe County yet as to what the rate may be. We hope to get that in the next few weeks. But right now, we're assuming somewhere around 2 to 2.5% growth in our property tax base next year, with no change in the property tax rate. So again, our other big source of revenue is about 25% of the budget is sales taxes. And the story here really has been interesting because, like I said, when we were talking to y'all a couple years ago, we were expecting some historic drops in sales taxes, and that did not pan out. In fact, what we have seen has been some historic increases. So you can kind of see, again, we go back about 10 years on the sales tax data. You can see, growth year to year is kind of, 5 to 8%. We did have a little bit of a down year in FY20 when the initial impacts of the pandemic hit, but then things very quickly turned around after that. And we had actually 16% sales tax growth last year, that may have been the highest year that I can remember since I've been here. And so far this year, we don't have a to-date bar for FY22. We've got about 6 months worth of data for FY22, and we're at about 20% growth this year. So again, a really good year for sales taxes. We don't expect that kind of growth to continue in the coming years. We think it'll be back more toward the normal range of maybe 5 to 8% next year, but definitely really good growth on the sales tax side, which is increasing our budget capacity. So
But just as a reminder, we really do receive quite a small slice of the sales tax pie because the way North Carolina is structured, most of that sales tax revenue goes to the state and is used to fund the state's general fund budget.
Yes, that's correct. So just to kind of summarize the general fund revenue forecast for next year, kind of our current expectations, again, kind of back to that normal growth in property tax revenue of 2 to 2.5%, continued growth in sales tax revenue, but not at the levels we've seen the last 2 years. And then, kind of those other slices of the pie that I didn't really get into, we really don't see any major substantial changes in those other kind of baseline revenues. And so when you kind of put that all together, we're estimating right now in the budget office that we're going to see revenue growth next year somewhere between $5.5 and $6.5 million. That'll be new money that goes into the budget in the general fund. So I think with that, I am done unless you all had any questions for me on the revenue, and I'll turn it over to Taylor to talk about expenses.
I have a question real quick. I'm looking at the last year's pie chart of revenues and their percentages. So here's this year, or upcoming, and I'm looking at the one from last year, and it's so different. So, and I'm just wondering what you think. So last year it was property tax made up 39%, and sales tax made up 16%. Like, what do you, okay, Taylor's coming.
Well,
Okay.
Let me do that since I'm already here. So I think the pie you're looking at is the total budget. So this is just focused on the general fund. Yeah, so when you,
this is without water.
yeah, this is without water.
Also, you flipped it.
Did we flip it last year?
Is it with water, 200 million? Yes. Yeah, so that's without water.
Yeah, this is without water.
So that's gonna change all your percentages.
Yeah. Good question, though. Anybody else? Any questions on revenues? No? Okay, well, thank you all.
See if I can get back to the right spot here. All right, another donut chart here. This is also just the general fund, for the record. Good morning, council. Going to talk a little bit about the expense side. Tony got to give you the good news story, and I might be pouring a little bit of cold water on that. But again, this is the current year. I mean, we don't expect substantial changes in these percentages, but again, kind of to drive home the major point here is that the services that we provide require people to deliver them, so our single largest expense is those people. So looking at some of the cost drivers on the personnel side that we're seeing for next year, one is some current year compensation adjustments that we've made. That's really just, again, trying to continue implementing that class and comp study Those have been in a variety of different places, just again, as we start to look at those and address some things that kind of popped up. We're also expecting to not have as many vacancies in APD as we budgeted for in the current year. If you'll recall, we budgeted quite a few. The number I think was somewhere around between 60 and 70 vacancies that were planned for the current year. Right now, I think we're looking at somewhere closer to half that. We may adjust that again as we get closer and kind of see where their staffing is at in the current year. We'll also have a full year cost of staffing for the new fire station on Broadway. I think that's 15 positions that were started in this year, but we'll have those for a full year. We're anticipating some increase in healthcare costs. We've actually had really positive experience and kind of been able to hold that flat for the last few years, but we think we're probably at a point where that's gonna need an increase. And then the state, we participate in the state retirement system. The state mandates the employer contribution to that system, and they have increased those rates over the last several years, more substantially in the last few, and they're continuing to do that. So all those things together, those again are kind of the things that we're pretty confident about. We have pretty good numbers on. We think are around $5.8 to $6.2 million. So if you remember what Tony said, we had a new revenue. We're talking about not a lot to work with, and that doesn't include anything on kind of the right side that we're still and we're under consideration. We're still trying to really figure out exactly what we think these numbers are going to be. One of those is making sure that we're compliant with the living wage resolution. As Councilmember Roney suggested, we're looking at trying to do something for inflation and employee retention, continuing to implement the compensation study, and then also looking at some potential recruitment and incentives changes for APD. Any questions about any of that?
So on baseline, we already spent all that.
So we're pretty close. So kind of flipping over to the operating side, and these are really just a few examples of some kind of what I'll call big ticket items in the general fund. And I won't go through all of them, but essentially these are really things that there's not a lot of flexibility on. And again, we're pretty confident that we know what these costs are. We don't really have an option to dispose of less trash for the tipping fees, as an example, right? Like that just kind of is a baseline cost of providing that service. The county services, those are a variety of things, but that's up more than it has been in the previous years because of the 911 consolidation. So that's a service that we used to provide. We're now partnering with the county to provide that service. One thing I do want to point out, if you look at this chart, those operating costs at 22% of our total, just these few things are around a third of that piece. So again, not a lot of flexibility. Things that, again, we're still looking at, as, again, we've mentioned, general inflation, we're expecting to see materials costs go up. We've seen that already. Fuel prices, again, and we're seeing that in the current year. I think most recently I heard that we were expecting that we might be paying 50% more right now, and that's really challenging to predict what fuel prices are going to be a year from now. But we're working to try to figure that out. We'll have some additional costs associated with just operating a new building. The Broadway Public Safety Station should come online sometime in the next fiscal year, so there'll be some costs associated with that. We have standard kind of contractual increases. The biggest ones probably our recycling contract has like a 5%, I think, escalator every year, so there's that kind of stuff. And then land use incentive grants. And this one is, I guess, a little odd in a way because it's really sort of a deferred revenue, but we're starting to see many of those agreements that we've made under that policy, those buildings start to come out of the ground, be complete, be providing those housing opportunities, but that's gonna create an additional cost for us as those folks come say, hey, we're done and we're full and we're ready for our money. The other piece on the kind of capital debt and interfund transfers side, we're hoping to be able to increase the support to our capital program. Jade and Walter are going to talk a little bit more about the facility study later, but certainly a component there. And then, you know, our support of the transit service, costs related to the service expansion that was partially funded in the current year, and maybe some other things that I'll get to in a minute. So to kind of sum up kind of what we call our base budget, but you know, as I think normal, as you've heard from us every year, we're always kind of trying to work to balance maintaining our existing level of service with an increasing cost to provide service. And essentially what that means is that without some additional resources, our service levels will go down over time. So we're always trying to kind of bend the cost curve, flatten that out a little bit as best we can, but that's certainly a challenge. And again, as I kind of alluded to, that revenue growth, that good news story that Tony gave you is likely to be needed to fund our existing service levels. Any questions?
Yes. Could you just please elaborate a little bit more on the effect of the land use, Luigi?
Sure.
And how does that affect the budget? Thank you.
Sure. So I think the easiest way to think about it is the way that program is structured is a developer comes to us and says, hey, we meet the criteria, we're gonna provide some affordable housing units, and in return, we're essentially, it's kind of deferred revenue. We give a grant that the amount is based off of the gain in property tax value that development creates. So if you have a undeveloped piece of property, somebody builds a apartment building on it, we're gonna get additional tax revenue from that. And essentially what we're saying is that we're gonna grant back some of that new revenue that we get based on the number of units that they provide and the level of affordability and the length of affordability and a variety of other factors that if you have questions about, I'll have to get Nikki up here to answer.
It's really like a rebate of
Yeah.
the increase they
Yeah.
create.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get an idea of how many of those projects he said was coming back online for us. I was just wanting to get an idea of that impact.
So yeah, and that's one of the things that we're still working on, because it is a little bit of a guess, because it kind of depends on when a project's complete, when they've got their CO, and again, when they actually have those units online and occupied. I know that we have a couple that have come online recently, and I would anticipate, again, given kind of that's still a relatively new program, that we'll start to see that increase more and more, but we'll certainly come back with some more specific information.
So Taylor, so that's not, the effective Luigi is not considered in the revenue side of things?
No, it is. Because we're getting that additional revenue, but there's an additional expense associated with the Luigi. So it's eating into that 6 million-ish that Tony talked about.
So the 6 million-ish isn't really 6 million-ish because of the Luigi, is what you're saying?
Sure.
Okay. And is that how, just curiosity, is that how we account for it?
No,
We
the
count
revenue
it as
comes
an
in,
expense?
we count it as a revenue, and then when we write the check to the
we count as
developer,
an
we count it as an expense, yeah. So both sides. I don't actually know, Brad, we probably wouldn't be able to just rebate tax.
Yeah, there are legal limits, pretty strong ones on us simply rebating taxes. So these are numbers that match up, but we're not actually rebating the taxes or deferring those taxes. This is a grant that is based upon the tax revenue that comes in.
Yeah, you're not supposed to say rebate, even though that's totally how it functions.
Right.
I'm just, when you say grant, it sounds like we're coming up with, yeah, free money but in fact, they generated the money. So, I mean, it's just a little bit confusing.
Yeah, they're
language.
just net gonna generate less money
Yeah,
because
no, I
in the
get,
end, they're not paying as much.
accountants.
This is a great program, so I want to make sure people understand it's a great way to build affordable housing. I have a question that's more about process, because this is only my second budget cycle, so pardon any ignorance here. But so last year, when we were budgeting wages and we fully funded APD, accounting, we wanted to account for that department being full. I don't know if we did that for other departments or if we budgeted for some shortages of staff, but what happens at the end of this year, when the monies we budgeted for those personnel weren't utilized because they weren't staffed or filled, does this council have to reallocate those funds, or does it just roll into general fund, or do we know what that number is? How does that work?
Yeah, so we do budget a vacancy rate in the general fund. I shouldn't say what it is because I'm not sure, and I probably should know, but it's somewhere around 1.5%. I'm looking at Tony shaking his head. I think you're right, last year. I think that's true, yeah.
Do we know what?
Just say it again on your mic.
1.75. So we assume that, you know, we take all of our actual salaries and kind of scale it back by that amount, assuming some vacancy savings.
And do we feel like we surpassed 1.75% in vacancies? I mean, I'm hearing large numbers in departments, so do we know our total vacancy, I guess is my question?
From a budget,
From
from a
an
dollars
actual,
perspective.
from an actual, not a budgeted.
We could certainly give you that information. I don't know it off the top of my head. As far as what happens to that budget at the end of the year, essentially it's less important how the budget and actuals, and it's really more about expense to revenue. So, you know, hopefully, right, if we did our jobs well, and generally this is the case, our revenues come in higher than our expenses, and then that falls to the general fund balance. And I think if you'll recall, I guess our auditors were here in January and did a presentation. So when they kind of say, hey, we've added X amount to our fund balance, that's really what that is.
Okay, and I guess it's tying to this like 5.5 million and new wage needs, and I'm just wondering if we're gonna hear at some point what that figure might be.
Sure, yeah, and the other thing I'll say
So
too
I
is.
think what she's asking is,
Can
are
that help
we,
offset?
actual to budget, where are we year to date? I
Yeah,
think that's
we could certainly
bottom line
provide that.
question. Well,
Sure.
they know for 6
I
months.
think we did at the work session, Deborah, I think we kind of talked about where we think we're going to land with fund balance this year, and it is somewhere around that 16% number. So we're not expecting any kind of excessive growth.
So it's not a dramatic, because they
Yeah.
budgeted you budgeted assuming a certain level of vacancy rate.
Correct.
We did, correct.
Yeah.
And then in addition to that, we did not budget police fully staffed. I don't know if you all remember that from the conversation last, because we knew that given where they were at with their staffing, that they were not going to be able to come back to fully staffed. So we did not budget them at fully staffed in the current budget. And that's actually one of the things I think Taylor covered as a cost driver for next year is it, you know, and I'm making this number up, but let's say we budgeted 40 vacancies this year. We think they're going to be closer to fully staffed next year, so we're going to budget, let's say, 20, and so that's part of the cost increase we're seeing. But we are keeping a close eye on salaries this year, because it was, you know, with all the compensation adjustments that we made, and I think that number was around almost $8 million, and those were budgetary estimates that we did. So we've really been keeping a close eye on salaries this year, because we weren't sure if we had gotten everything in there that we needed to get in there. We think we got close. So we have been keeping a close eye on salaries, and I don't think there's going to be significant salary savings this year. I think we're going to come in pretty close to budget, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, one other point that I'll make too is that fund balance, you know, that's a one-time savings, and that's something that certainly from a budget perspective, we would want to recommend using for ongoing salary costs. That could potentially get us in a bad spot later on.
While we're on the discussion and question slide, is it possible to get a list of all the ways we've spent the general fund balance that weren't budgeted? I'm thinking of, what are we gonna do with the big mistake of parking decks? That's a $800,000 mistake, right? So like, where is that gonna come from?
So we only utilize fund balance if it's appropriated. We can't, you know, once we figure out what that number is.
It's not budgeted.
Right, we don't
So
budget
it's
it.
not budgeted, but you want a history of the use of
Yeah,
fund balance.
I think the use of
Yeah,
fund
I think
balance is
that's
where
where
folks are saying like, well, if we had all these vacancies throughout the year and we had this additional sales tax revenue, and I have this question as well, is how did we spend it? So what might it look like to have one document that shows how we have spent unbudgeted or budget amendments all in one place?
And vacancy rate, actual.
Yes, budget versus actual.
Yeah, you're talking about, we passed this budget last year.
Yep.
Now give us an actual to date and what really happened with those funds and where they were spent and where they weren't. Like, were we lower salaries and personnel, or were we hiring capital, or whatever, you know, like what really happened?
And for example, if the question is, can we do retention bonuses for contracted transit staff? And it's like, no, because we're down in the transit fund because we didn't charge for parking. I'd like to see that kind of like all in one place.
Sure. So I will say that is, you know, at the end of the year, once the budget's adopted and we put out well, actually in the proposed as well, we do include the adopted and revised budgets for the current year. So we provide that information at that time, but we can certainly kind of do an update on current year and budget amendments that have occurred in the general fund and other funds. The other thing I'll say, related to the parking fund and the transfer to transit, we're still looking at all of that to see where that's going to end up. I know they've had some challenges implementing the expanded service that was planned for the current year in transit. And we're really just trying to look to see where we think that transit expenses in that fund are going to end up at the end of the year. And then based on that, figure out how we kind of can financially, you know, make sure that, you know, if parking's not going to have the resources to make the full transfer that we had budgeted, do we need that? We may not. We don't know the answer to that question yet, but we can certainly come back with that as well.
I would appreciate that. Additionally, I would just say that because this is connected, we have an ARPA fund application to reimagine safety at the transit center. And it's competing with other applications in the ARPA process. I would be asking, can we fund that from the fact that we didn't do the evening transit hours in the South Asheville routes? But the answer that we're just going to simply absorb it, I have questions about that. So I think that document would help me make a more informed decision as we make the connections of available funding streams.
Sure. Can certainly provide that.
What is that process? Does this council not typically go back to a budget actual for previous years? If again, this is only my second time.
We used to do the red, green, and yellow lights quarterly. Tony would, right, was quarterly, would come and say, here's how we're tracking in these spending categories. I guess we haven't done that yet, and we're due.
Yeah, and I am trying to remember back to the February presentation. I thought we had put a slide in that kind of had year-end estimates for the general fund in there. It didn't go down to the level of, you know, this revenue source and personnel costs and all that, but it did kind of give an overview of where we think we're headed. So and we're happy to update that and provide that. And we will, I would imagine at the April 12th work session, we'll have an update to that, because I think those numbers have changed, certainly, because we've continue to see really good sales tax growth. However, we've also, the fuel prices have gone up, and we need to go back and redo our estimates. Taylor and his staff have been working on that. And one of the areas that is hardest hit by that is transit. And so even though we were projecting some savings in the transit budget from not implementing the expansion, we are seeing some of those savings being eaten up by higher fuel costs. So we're working on all that. We'll have some more updated numbers as we move through the process.
Any other questions before I move on? All right. So we just wanted to bring a few examples of items, requests that we've gotten from departments. These are just examples. This list is not exhaustive, but just to kind of get a sense of some of the stuff that we're looking at and working through, and maybe bringing you additional information about through the budget process over the next few months. And these are grouped by the key focus areas. First, you know, just to point out, I think we are due for another disparity study. That's a fairly significant cost. There are a variety of planning-related things, staffing, temporary programming for 68 Haywood right across the street, some other items. Again, I won't go through each one of these, but if anyone has a question, I'll do my best to answer it. On the clean and healthy environment, a lot of things, you know, waste reduction, staffing to address cleanliness. I believe y'all have probably had some information already delivered about that. Requests for urban forestry planning and staff. On affordable housing, some Code Purple funding. We've been doing that for a while, but kind of bringing that into the general fund and making that an ongoing allocation, and some additional homelessness outreach been proposed. Transit, again, we've talked about some of this, fully funding the service enhancements that were planned for the current year, doing something to address some additional, this is a little strange, again, because it's contracted, the bus drivers are not city employees. So any increase to their pay, we would actually see as an increased cost to the transit operations contract that we have. Again, kind of a little odd, but something that we're looking at. And then, just some simple, again, kind of materials and cost increases for traffic signs and pavement markings. Again, continuing to look at the compensation study and where we have opportunities to implement additional recommendations from that. Some internal support for geographic information systems. That's really one of those things that helps all of our departments do their work. We're a place, so having data about land is really, really critical. I won't mention the budget document one because that's actually one of our requests, so I won't talk about that. And then, some additional investments in facilities, in other technology, IT infrastructure, and including a human resources information system. So I also wanted to hit really briefly on a few things, and those of you that are on the Finance and Human Resources Committee, hopefully the wording on this slide looks somewhat familiar because you have seen it already. We did a kind of a mid-year review of sanitation service with that committee, and this was kind of our key takeaways from that presentation. Sanitation service really has seen pretty minimal investment over the last several years, and as a result, they've been really challenged to just maintain their existing service levels. So we will be bringing a fee increase recommendation to the Finance and HR Committee. That's actually going to be next week, so we'll kind of start that conversation there. Similar, again, we did a mid-year review of our stormwater service, and one of the things that we wanted to kind of drive home is that is a really complex service that involves natural and built infrastructure, and that service is really not just about trying to reduce flooding, but also improving water quality in the area and for folks downstream of us. We have some really significant maintenance and capacity needs within that system, and we need additional funding to address those needs. So again, fee increase is one of the things for stormwater fund will be recommended at the Finance and HR Committee there. And
excuse me, Taylor, those two items, the sanitation and stormwater, as part of the budget process last year, we said that we would come back in 6 months and then discuss this. We came back, went to the HR committee, and now we have done enough analysis that if we want to maintain, just even almost maintain current service levels, we need to unfortunately make this a recommendation for a fee increase. I just want to make sure we went on record with that.
Thank you. And then finally, David Melton's going to talk a little bit more about a specific project in water. But as you all may remember, we had a capital fee that we did away with a few years ago, significant revenue impact, lost revenue from that. So we've been trying to slowly catch back up to where we were to make sure that we're maintaining the water fund's credit rating. We have a pretty substantial project that is going to be underway shortly, for which we'll be issuing some additional debt. And as a result, we will be recommending water fee increases as well. So kind of to summarize, and from a process standpoint, again, we're really trying to bring all of these things together, bring the information that we've heard from the community over the last several years, again, going back to the reimagining public safety work through engagement that we've done over the last few budget cycles, getting information from our peers and departments about what their needs are and what they're hearing from the engagement work that they're doing. What you all direct us to do and let us know our priorities and stated goals. And then also, again, really trying to make sure that we're working within our financial means and making sound financial decisions for the city. Any questions about any of that before transition to David? All right. Well, appreciate it. And David Melton, our Water Resources Director, again, is going to give you some more information about a big project they got coming up.
Thanks, David. Good morning, everybody. David Melton, Director of Water Resources. First, I want to say thank you for this opportunity to participate in this and share some information about a project that I'm really excited about. So in the water industry, we are notorious for using acronyms. So what is AMR, what is AMI, and what's David talking about? So just to give you an idea of what we have now and what we're proposing, the AMR system is an automated meter reading system, which means we send a vehicle out, typically a truck. The meter is equipped with a transmitter, and the truck has a receiver. So the meter reader drives slowly down the street, and it picks up the readings that way. They come back in, they upload the readings to the database, then it goes through all the other steps. What we're proposing is an AMI system, which is an advanced meter reading infrastructure. With this infrastructure, we'll utilize a city-owned network. We'll on the antennas and the collectors, and the data comes straight back to the database. So it eliminates the need for those truck rolls. And with the system we have now, we're experiencing, and I know several of your phones have been ringing, experiencing multiple transmitter failures. So the transmitter that's attached to the meter is failing. The meter part itself, the mechanical piece, is fine. But oddly enough, it's cheaper to do a total change out than it is to retrofit. And one other thing to note about these is both the AMR that we have now and the AMI systems are both smart meters. So there's already smart meters in the ground. They both have the same RF, which is about, and I'm making this number up a little bit because I think it's less, but it's less than half of what a cell phone is. So a little bit about the project. It's replacement of approximately 63,000 water meters and the infrastructure associated with that. There will be, associated with the project too, there will be meter enclosure replacements, associated plumbing that goes along with that. When they're changing out the meter, if they find a shutoff valve that doesn't work, they're gonna replace that. And also this ties into our lead and copper education program, because part of what we're gonna have the installer do is inventory the service line material on our side of the meter and the customer side of the meter. So those dovetail really well together. Some of the outcomes that I'm excited about is there's gonna be a robust interactive customer portal. And this portal will be near real time, where customers can go into the portal, they can manage their water usage, they can see if they have water leaks and that type of thing. And one other exciting thing is it allows for a transition to monthly billing, which I think will help a lot of our single-family residents. You know, a monthly bill is a smaller bill than a bi-monthly bill. Plus, if there's a private side leak, with the customer portal, that's another tool to manage and see your water usage. But by monthly reading, they will catch those sooner, even if customers don't use the portal, you'll see a 1 month bill instead of a 2 month bill. So I'm excited about those. Some of the other benefits are it reduces staff time required to read the meters. It reduces the need to utilize vehicles for reading meters. And this solution has a 15 to 20 year warranty, which is impressive. The AMR systems only carry a 9 to 10 year warranty period for those. So we're looking at something that will carry us well into the future. And another thing is all the meter reading staff that we have will be transitioned to meter technicians. So nobody loses their job, and we can better take care of work orders and the other things that come in on a daily basis.
I have a question, David.
Okay.
I see where you have the interactive customer portal, so folks can kind of detect if there's a leak or some type of pipe burst.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people might not actually check for that purpose. They're just probably checking for billing purposes. With the database that we have, is there a way that the system is triggered, or we get a notification when there is a increase in their meter reading, so that we see on our end and kind of get out in front of it?
I'm glad you asked that question. That's actually a really good question. The present system we have now, we do not have that ability. But with this customer portal, we will have the ability to set parameters, which we'll figure out what those parameters are. Is it 25% over your normal usage? And it would automatically trigger a letter to be sent to the customer. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that's another really good perk about
Or
this
an
customer portal.
email, if their
I prefer a phone
email's on
call,
file.
but-
Not a letter, but you mean, like an email. Okay.
Email. And it depends on if customers sign up for paper bills or e-bills or that kind of thing. It depends on how they want to be contacted. And it also has a system which is not as robust as our AVL alert system, but there's also that functionality too within the customer portal. So that's one of the things I'm really excited about. I'll go back a
One
little ways
question.
to
May I
the
have a
project timeline.
question, David?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, and also with that customer portal, will people be able to actually have their water service restored? Will that be automatic, or do they still have to come out and, you know?
I was very hopeful through this process that we would be able to install the automatic valves on all the meters, which may be another capital project down the road. But the estimates I got back just for that one piece of equipment was around $16 million, so.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
But, at the first of the month and the end of the month, if you've ever called into our customer service center, you know, wait times are long at that period of time. And typically what drives that is what we call move-ins and move-outs. So if somebody's moving into an apartment, somebody's moving out of an apartment, we will be able to get a lot of those readings with this new system. But keep in mind, this is once we get started, and I'm gonna go through this timeline here, once we get the project actually off the ground and we start installing meters, we're looking at a 2.5 to a 3 year period. So we've got good things coming, but it's gonna take a while to get there. And especially with the monthly billing, we will have to wait till everything is installed and up and running, because managing 2 different systems is just, it would just be too much for our billing folks to be able to handle and do it properly. Any other questions?
So you're saying that, like, from a technology perspective, I guess I'm bringing up a sore spot, but the parking error around the new system that was put in place, and, you know, apparently we didn't coordinate with our IT department and parking, so we've had a mismatch. That's not gonna happen on this one?
No, we had our IT department in on the RFP process from the beginning, and even through the RFP review process. We had those involved. So, and this is, there is a tie back to our financial system. I mean, there has to be that link there for the information, and that's one thing that we're really cognizant of and watching, because that's a lot of files transfers back and forth. So IT will continue to be involved in this project, so.
And assuming that you're coordinating with MSD on this, I mean, MSD knows about it and all, and.
They do.
Because they'll get some benefits too, theoretically.
Yeah, they
Okay.
will, yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
So we began planning this project in 2018, and in 2018 is roughly when the warranty was up on our present system. So the project planning began then. In February of 19, we had our strategic plan, or our business plan, or our business model completed. Then September of 20, council approved the procurement contract with our consultants. Then in last July, we issued the RFP for the AMI system. Then in March of this year, which just a few weeks ago, we selected to provide a preferred provider, and now we're currently entering into the contract negotiation phase. So moving right along. A little bit on the funding and the budget piece of it. $20 million for this project is programmed into our current rate model presently, and was planned for future capital debt service. And the project will be funded by a short-term, low-interest loan, then converted to long-term revenue bonds after the project is completed, much like we did the North Fork project. We actually looked at some of the state funds, some of the state ARPA funds, and different funds that are gonna be available for water and wastewater, but unfortunately, metering projects over the last 5 or 6 years haven't scored high enough to even get an SRF loan. So we'll be going with this model of financing. And to reiterate a little bit on Taylor's previous slide, we have the need to continue to recover revenue lost from the capital fee in order to maintain credit rating and debt service coverage. And we do anticipate additional debt service for this project, and a fee increase will be recommended to the Finance and HR Committee. With that, I'll be happy to answer any further questions as you have. It's
Yes,
always fun
okay.
to bring happy news to you guys, so.
Okay, David, I know that you said the cost of this particular project was about 20 million, and I was just wondering if you took, and I know it's actually guaranteed for 10 to 15 years. Will going to this particular system, how much will it save us in labor costs? I would just wonder if you have an idea.
The savings really won't come from labor costs because we're gonna be reassigning the present staff to different functions. Some of the functions will be the same. We have one function that we call route clearing. That's where the meter readers presently go out, they find the meters, they uncover the meters, they paint them blue so that they can be easily found, which sometimes drives people crazy. But they will be doing functions like that and additional functions with, because this solution is more technical than the current solution. There will be other duties associated with that, like, making sure the collectors are working properly and the other infrastructure. And we have the 20 million programmed into the rate model, and what we didn't program into that piece is the meter box enclosure replacements, because we have an estimate for that, so there'll be an allowance for that, and the extra plumbing costs will be the same thing in there.
And wondering, but if you're collecting on a monthly basis as opposed to a 2-month basis, then you should be experiencing a certain amount of growth through the interest, right?
Get finance people back out here.
Yeah, I'm looking for Tony.
I have to say, I'm already disappointed y'all didn't give me any applause. You saved it all for the and I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear the question. So.
Okay, if you're collecting money on a monthly basis as opposed to a 2-month basis, then therefore you've sort of increased the actual interest, amount of money collected and things like that. I was just wondering how much savings would be.
Yeah. We haven't calculated that, but yeah, there definitely will be an increase in what I guess we call investment earnings, because we'll have more cash in hand because we're collecting it sooner, and so that will help the overall cash position of the city, which, we earn investment earnings and from that money. So yeah, that will help. I don't know, obviously, some of it will depend on the interest rates at that time and that kind of thing, but we haven't done that calculation.
But one of the I think the major aspects of financially from this is that when you go to a monthly billing system, your default non-payment rates drop. You have a better collection rate, and the more you modernize your system, people get text message reminders. I don't know if that's going to be included, anything like this, but e-billing, like right now our e-billing system is, I would argue, somewhat cumbersome compared to other utility e-billing systems. But so I would think that we would see, because what's our non-payment rate right now? Do you know, kind of off the top of your head?
I do. We're actually back a little bit better than pre-pandemic numbers. Like today we had, and we call it the cut list, we had 45 wide open on the cut list. So it's actually been down. I've been well pleased with the numbers we have, but it ranges from 40, 45 to maybe 150 on a normal basis. So percentage-wise, it's really low.
I have two questions. One, what kind of grants are available or possible, or any being pursued for part of the costs?
Like I was talking about before with the ARPA funds and the SRF funds and things like that, for whatever reason, these type projects score low. We did look at that, and we didn't qualify for anything that's out there now, even through the FEMA BRIC program. We didn't qualify for any of that, but we are aggressively seeking funds for other projects though, so.
And the second one is, now that we're moving to, or considering moving towards this fully digital system, what's our back plan if that has failures, backup plan?
Well, the provider is required to provide 100% coverage at all times. So this system actually has a fallover system. It's kind of like what I would call Overwatch, where you have one camera that sees the other camera and the other camera. So if you have a failure on one of the collectors, the other collectors are in close enough proximity to pick it up. But one thing that will go along with this is a 20-year service contract, and that's a sales as a service contract. Then along with that, so when we bring the council later, there will actually be 4 separate contracts. There'll be the contract for the portal, contract for the sales as a service, and service maintenance contract, which the sales as a service and the maintenance contract is both for 20 years for the life of the product. Then, of course, there'll be a contract for our construction management and consulting piece of that.
So heaven forbid we have like, internet failure. Is there still a manual arm of this in the backup plan?
There is, but the nice thing about this is it's a contained system. We own the system. We don't own the radio frequency, but it's our radio frequency, so nobody else is on that frequency. But we can default back to ride-by if we have to. So there's a lot of redundancy built into this system.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I just have a general user comment. I've always found it strange that, at the moment, I can't remember if it's the residential or commercial water bills, but when you set up automatic draft, the bill doesn't reflect such. I think it's the residential side, but, you know, this is just a user comment to help people be able to pay their bills, because that's a very confusing thing.
It is, and some of it's constraints within our present utility billing system, which that may be another project down the road that we're looking at is for a independent utility billing system, so.
We've had a call for a break, so I think we'll take a break now. That's all right. We're gonna take a 20-minute break, and then we'll continue. Thank you. So it's 10:26, if you'll be back at 10:45.
You need somebody to drive it? You want Jamie? No, she should. Good job, my man. Thank you so much. only way he's taking off other than when the baby comes is yesterday to go to St. Patrick's. He's from St. Patrick's, so St. Patrick's Day is what we do. Well, no, they do a fountain. It is just not environmentally friendly. And you obviously it's really yeah, I mean, they have one fountain at the Zachary, but like his best friend is in line to be the grand marshal.
And one of the things I found interesting was how much we pay for property taxes.
It's a
So on one hand,
good. That took the wind out of the sails right there. All right, well, thank you so much. I hope everybody had a great break. Appreciate your attention on this topic. So a couple of weeks ago, we brought to council a presentation in a budget work session, which talked about the long-term visioning for our facilities planning and the need to really focus on the long game on that one. Walter Ear, our program manager for capital projects, has been doing a lot of work on trying to put together a program which will help us to comprehensively look at the facilities conditions of all of our facilities, and we've got a lot. How we are able to meet the sustainability goals with these facilities, the operations aspects of these facilities, and really just trying to put all the parts and pieces together in one place so we can develop the long-range plan of the capital maintenance and replacement of our facilities. This is an important piece, just like streets, just like stormwater. This is an important piece of the capital project, or capital budget rather. The timeline, which Walter goes into detail on that, is that in May or April, we'll bring this back to council for award. We are currently looking at contractors right now. The completion date this is a real short timeline. We're hoping to get this done, we need to get this done by December 2023 in order to inform this next year's capital budget, so 2024, and also focus on that long-term funding strategy. So with no further ado, I'll let Walter get into this. And again, Walter, your construction program manager.
Good morning. My name is Walter Ear, Building Construction Program Manager in the city's Capital Projects Department. So I have a lot of slides here today, but also a lot of pictures, hopefully to keep you engaged and keep the content moving quickly for the sometimes boring topic of facilities. So feel free to interrupt if you have any questions. So city staff is preparing to conduct a comprehensive facility study. Today I'll provide background information on why the study is needed, what information we expect to get out of the study, and how we are creating a long-term vision for investments in city facilities. So why do a facility study? Facilities are a service platform. As an example, the transit system requires a station, maintenance facility, and to provide services. Ideally, any expansion in services would cause a proportional growth in a planned sequence. Expanding service may require additional facilities, and expanding service beyond capacity may lead to a decline in services across the board. According to the International Facility Management Association, the expected useful life, or EUL, of a building is between 10 and 50 years. Buildings older than 50 years are considered past their EUL, and as you can see from the chart, more than 70% of the city's facilities are past their EUL, and the majority of them were built in the pre-World War II era. That's not to say that older buildings should be torn down. However, as buildings get older, they get more expensive to maintain, and they need some major improvements to keep them up to today's standards of use and to extend their EUL. To drive this point home a little further, I'd like to give you this car analogy. Some old buildings are like classic cars. They're beautiful, and they have unique quirks for the era in which they were built. However, they also don't have the modern conveniences of newer cars like air conditioning, radios, automatic power windows. In contrast, some older buildings are like the Ford Pinto, a well-intentioned vehicle that you find out that Pinto means no-go in a foreign language. Similarly, we find things like asbestos in buildings of the pre-1970s era and other construction materials or building techniques that just aren't helpful with what we're trying to achieve today. Lastly, we have our modern daily driver. It's kind of boring, but it's reliable, safe, and fuel efficient. You can restore an old car, but those modifications are often intrusive, time-intensive, and costly. And at the end of the day, you're still left driving a Ford Pinto. No matter how hard you try, you're not going to get a Tesla out of it. If you want a Tesla, you have to buy a Tesla.
I want a Pinto.
We've got some for you. Here are a few examples just to skim the surface of city facilities. On the top row, City Hall, the Municipal Building, the Harris Cherokee Center, and the Thomas Wolfe. These may represent classic cars. The bottom row, Public Works, one of our daily drivers, has existential questions surrounding its location. And the transit maintenance facility, it may be a Pinto. So as a case study, we'll look at the West Asheville Center. In 1954, it was built as a combined fire station and library. The city owned the building and leased the space to the library for a nominal fee. It's a model that you'll see repeated in other areas of the city. Fast forward to 2001, the county built a new library next door and returned their old space back to the city. Today, it currently operates as a multi-function facility that houses Fire Station 6, the police substation, and a community center. On a personal note, I was born and raised in Asheville, and when I was a child, this was the library that I visited. The children's section was downstairs, so that's where I spent my time. But now, many decades later, the building is still the same. The wooden bookshelves you see here in the bottom right corner are original to the original library. This definitely may be another one of our 4 Pintos. It's functionally inadequate. There would be a significant cost to make this building reach our modern goals. It's undersized for the operations that we use today for fire, police, and recreation programs. In 2020, the police substation generated the most calls for service of any in the city. It has significant repair needs, which are largely just Band-Aids that don't get us much closer to our performance or sustainability goals. If it were rebuilt today, building code requires that fire and police facilities are built to the Category 4 structural standard, which is reserved for hospitals and other emergency facilities, and it would be built to the LEED Green Building Standard. Now that we understand why we need the study, let's talk about what's in the study. The comprehensive facility study will measure what we need to manage our facilities, to help us understand and decide how we will manage our facilities. And it will produce 3 main outputs: facility condition assessment, which gives us a grade for how our facilities are performing; space management planning, which will look at how much space we need now and in the future, and it will take into account a number of factors, including future growth and new ways of operating, such as remote work. And then those 2 products will be used to generate capital forecast and plans, and what it will cost to own and maintain those spaces, and then recommended maintenance schedules. Specific to capital planning will include a prioritization exercise. Prioritization will help us determine which buildings to keep and improve, which buildings to repair, and which buildings to simply replace or divest ourselves from. Lastly, we'll set up a couple of scenarios that will help us determine whether we have enough funding or are allocating enough funding currently to maintain our existing inventory, what we need to maintain the status quo of the current letter grade that we're going to get, and what we will need to meet the expanded service, sustainability, and performance goals of the organization as they relate to facilities. So we're not the only ones looking at our overall facilities inventory. 2 examples of local governments that have recently completed facility studies are Buncombe County, right in our backyard, and Alexandria, Virginia. Buncombe County recently adopted their comprehensive facility plan last year and are currently working on how to implement that plan. Of note, they avoided building 22,000 square feet by implementing strategies like remote work. Alexandria, Virginia has successfully implemented the facility study that they started in 2015, and there are a number of features from their plan we'd like to copy. So what we learned from their study: a data-driven approach using industry standard objective metrics is key. The Facility Condition Index, or FCI, was used to create a simplified way to interpret the data. Some in government are familiar with the PCI, or Pavement Condition Index, that Public Works uses to communicate the needs of their street infrastructure. The FCI is very similar to that. And then Alexandria further added letter grades to create a more universal way to communicate this information. In implementation, they had so many facilities, 2.5 million square feet, and a couple of them were 200 years old, a lot of facilities. That they needed to break it up into multiple years. We're not going to do that in this situation, but we may in the future. And then after 5 years, they restarted that assessment cycle to keep that information fresh. It resulted in a simplified communication of capital planning. They were able to give a very quick overview of their needs. Their assessment said that their facilities averaged a grade of C, but the problem with averages is that you kind of miss those lows and highs. One of their important facilities, their city hall, received the grade of F. To get an A, they showed 2 scenarios. immediate and 10-year scenario. And ultimately, their organization decided to fund a grade C, of keeping their grade C status over that next 10 years. So a couple of closing items for your consideration. I ask that you consider a few items that may result from this facility study. Basic facility management, which is keeping or replacing what we have, will likely exceed our current resources. Expanding service and reaching existing goals will require additional or new facilities. And lastly, we are in the enviable position of being a city that is growing. And as a result, services and facilities may need to grow with it. Now I'd like to briefly touch on service expansion and the planning it will require to take to achieve the larger goals that we have. Jade shared this slide in the February budget work session. It's a list of identified major facility needs. Above the dotted line are larger projects that require a significant amount of planning because they are too large to fit in our normal CIP. And even those below the line will be a challenge to fit into the existing CIP. We'll focus today on those above the line. So we generated an example timeline of what it would take to execute a project of this nature. Again, these projects are large enough that it would be difficult to implement any of the activities on the right side of the line on the timeline without securing additional CIP funding, and land acquisition may be the exception to that. All right, last slide for me, I promise. So to give you some expectations for what's coming next, later this spring, as Jade had mentioned, you'll see a consultant's contract come to City Council for approval. And over the summer, we'll assess our facility needs, our space needs, do that work, and then start generating some initial results for council engagement, and we'll continue that engagement through the winter. Thank you. Any questions?
Walter, do you have any feel what our square footage is?
We have, depending on how you cut it, occupied square footage is between 800 and 900,000 square feet, but the overall portfolio maintenance warehousing facilities, 1.6 million. We're going to evaluate the occupied facilities, 900,000.
Can we go back one slide? I just really want to drive the point home. Just really drive the point home that this is what we're envisioning the planning aspect of this and the strategy associated with funding these major projects. And so being able to really, this is, fill in the blank project.
Hey Jade, can you speak into the mic? Because what you have to say is so important. I just want to make sure everybody can hear it.
Okay, yeah, this is really depicts the strategy for long-term funding of these major projects. And so this would be fill in the blank project with regard to, this would represent any large capital project for us. But being able to really establish that these things come in, the land acquisition and then the design, this is really the way we need to start focusing on our capital investment so that we can build out the CIP and be able to accomplish all of the projects that are on this list. I just really wanted to make sure that we focus on this because we really need to see the CIP start looking like this with regard to capital projects. Thank you.
And the only thing that I would add is the study, the facility study, you actually funded that in this budget year. So just wanted to make clear, we're not asking for any money.
That's correct.
Right now.
Yep.
And as we're doing this study, are we planning on coordinating this with the TDA? And just kind of making sure that as we develop an understanding of how much and timeline, et cetera, that we're keeping the TDA in the loop, that, we may be coming, ask it.
So I'll say real quick that the intent of the study is to understand what we need and then the how.
Yeah, I think the way that we would kind of approach that is, this is really going to help inform what we need to do to continue our services and invest in our facilities. And then the TDA piece really becomes like the how do we do that, right? The funding strategy of trying to get some of that done. And, I will also say that in many cases, probably, I'm looking at Walter here, most of these facilities are probably not going to be things that under the existing guidelines are going to put heads in beds. So what this work is gonna do is probably not gonna result in a lot of things, with some exceptions like this facility. Yeah, or the golf course. It's really not gonna be, yeah.
Except under the legislation pending, which we're all very hopeful will pass this session, will allow for maintenance expenditures. So before, the TDA funding was confined only to new capital that demonstrates additional heads and beds, but the new legislation will allow for maintenance. So, but again, comes in on the money piece, not, I mean, I think it's important that they're aware of our needs assessment,
Right.
but they're gonna, they'd be on the funding piece.
But I guess, when I look at this example of timeline, the funding development to me, I mean, that's where I was looking.
Yes,
To kind of
yes.
say, well, isn't that what you're,
So,
2 years before you break
Yeah.
ground, you're trying to figure out how you're gonna fund it, and I would think that that's, the
Yes, I
TDA
understand
comes
what you're
into
saying.
play. So
so,
I
so
didn't
I
think it
think
was
what's,
premature.
I think the study and what the staff here are developing will help inform the conversations that happen at the assistant city manager, council level with the TDA in terms of the multi-year approach. They are reaching out to us and saying, under this new legislation, we would like to do this planning strategy that's multiple years and also includes the county, so that we're all sort of synced up on projects that can be funded by the TDA under the new legislation, projects that can be, they've never done debt financing before, but now they'll be able to do that as well. So, so you all will give us all the numbers and data and timing we need to know to have that conversation about the strategy going out multiple years.
I have a question about this while we have Walter here too, is, where is Parks and Rec facilities in this? Because that's a big one for our community to look at where our resource mapping is, but also our maintenance, because maintenance storage is a facility.
Yes, right. So this study will assess the condition of parks facilities. Something that we learned from the Buncombe County study is that there was some difficulty working through the library portion of that. And so we're working with parks to update their master plan, and that will include more of their needs side. So this study will focus purely, at least for parks, on the maintenance side.
Okay, and then, since you mentioned the county, what is our coordinated effort with the county and or other municipalities because of the cost of land? Are there ways that we're considering where we're able to coordinate together? Because if funding is gonna be part of this,
Right.
I just wanna make sure cart horse that we're thinking about the end in mind, as Deborah says.
So again, I'll default back to we need to understand what we need, so what space we need, and then as we consider FTA funding or partnerships with any other agency, or whether it's private or public, we need to understand what we need. That puts us in the best position to negotiate any partnerships in the future. And then I just want to point out one thing that it may just be semantics, but Gwen did point out that before we break ground, 2 years behind, we're actually, before we even touch a shovel to the ground for that beautiful photo op, we're 5 or 6 years, before that ever comes.
So to clarify, are we having conversations with the county around our facilities? Is there a coordinated effort or at least communication about what we're doing? Because I think it'd be unfortunate, for example, we were looking at a transit maintenance facility and they were looking at a transit maintenance facility and we're not looking at a shared transit maintenance facility.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about joint use. This was truly something we used to do in Charlotte a lot. So joint use facilities, for the very reason that you mentioned, and probably even more challenging in Asheville, the access to land. But also, I think right now, we're gonna be looking at our existing facilities, and if there are opportunities to coordinate with other municipalities, we will be having those conversations as we develop this assessment of our resources and conditions of our resources. Unfortunately, our resource I think we had a slide that said 70% of our facilities are they're in useful life. So
But some of them might be model.
yeah. No, we definitely think that the historical resources that we have in terms of our facilities are an asset. We just need to treat them like they are an asset instead of the kind of deferred maintenance and inattention that we have given to these resources in the past.
And what's the sustainability lens that's being used for this? Because we know that, building a new building is gonna have a different kind of environmental impact than repurposing an existing one.
Right, so we do work closely with the sustainability team, and part of the paradigm that the consultant will work through is we've included the roadmap to the, I can't remember the exact name, but it's the 2030 goal of 100% renewable energy. And again, that'll be in the that third scenario of understanding how we, what resources it would take to get to that.
So this is an example when I was saying that over and over again, is that if we added financial impact with an equity and sustainability impact in the same staff report, we would see that the front end cost might be cheaper, but what's the long-term cost? So this would be an example of my ask around a sustainability lens. And thank you, Walter.
Thank you.
Yeah, Walter, your presentation was humorous and enlightening. Oh. I still have
I think we have to clap for Tony too.
Oh.
I think he's feeling.
I just have one process question again, second you're doing this. So we annually allocate a number to the CIP fund, it changes, we're voting on that. How much do we annually allocate usually?
It fluctuates primarily based on, whether we have grants or TDA from other places. But in general, the city funded portion of our capital program is around $15 million a year. All right, so I think we just wrap up here. A couple more slides. First, timeline. The next opportunity we will have to talk to all of you will be at a council work session on April 12th. As I mentioned earlier, we do have Finance and HR Committee next week reviewing kind of our initial take on fee recommendations. So a lot more to go. We're kind of here in the middle in the tough part, the challenging part for us, trying to get all this information together for you all. We'll certainly have more information at that April 12th work session. And then again, just to wrap up, overall positive economic outlook, but we are seeing some inflationary pressures that are driving some cost increases in just to continue to deliver our existing services. And as a result, we probably will have limited ability to fund new and expanded services. And we're working on a data-driven review of our facilities to help provide a roadmap for long-term investments. And that is the end of the budget portion, so appreciate the time.
Okay. Well, I learned a lot, and I thought that was very exciting to understand more about where we're going. The banker side of me absolutely loved the numbers. And so it's fun to see reality before we start strategic plan. Okay, it's not fun to see, but it's important to see reality of the money you all are going to not have to allocate as we get ready to work on strategic priorities. So I'm very grateful to have that as background, as grounding for us. We have lean years and we have rich years, and this is going to be a little bit of both, is what I heard. So we have good things coming in terms of revenue, but we have additional expenses driving part of those needs are driving our need to be careful as we do strategic planning. So, coming, there we go. Okay, so I wanted us to talk a little bit about best practices for strategic priorities. We touched on some of this yesterday, and I just want us to hit some highlights because after lunch, we're really gonna dig in on this. We're gonna dig in on the strategic priorities in a way that's meaningful. So fewer is better is what we talked about yesterday. If you want to keep them strategic, then it's got to be a short list. Oh, come now. Don't do this to me. Broad. You got to stay at the strategy part, not the project part. Oh, it happened? Okay, you need to leave room to maneuver. So the strategic priority is going to be what is going to let Deborah and her team decide how the projects ought to go to interpret it. So you need to leave room to maneuver. And they need to be reasonable within resources. There's no point in setting a strategic priority that is unachievable within the resources that you have.
And the resources is not only financial, but I feel like one of our greatest challenges right now is in personnel, just the capacity to do.
I think that's very well said, Mayor. I think that what we heard yesterday from your department heads is that everybody's pretty well running as fast and as hard and as desperately as they can to accomplish what they are, and they don't have a lot of excess capacity, if any, to take on a lot of new things. So I think that's important. Consensus, if possible. You know, it's really nice if you could find strategic priorities that fit with what the majority believes is helpful. Easily grasped. It's nice if they fit in sound bites, not for the sake of the sound bite, but so that they're memorable and you can keep them in mind, just as you did with your big 4 buckets. You really did a good job this year. You all knew what those 4 strategic priorities were, and we're going to talk about that. But we don't want to be to repeat myself. We're not trying to be tactical here. And when you get to strategic priorities, your set of strategic priorities, they're the filter for everything that pops up for the year. Something comes up, a new idea, we need to do this, you go right back to those strategic priorities and see how the new idea fits those. And then, as we said yesterday, they're often good for 3 to 5 years. I don't know that you all want to choose that model, but it's perfectly fine to choose big strategic priorities that will be fulfilled over multiple years. And you don't always have to reinvent the wheel every year if you know these are the strategic priorities that we have in place. So I want to ask you about the 4 top priorities you had for last year. So they were ARPA money, right? Reparations. The compensation study and reimagining public safety. So are there any of those that you feel like, while there's always going to be ongoing work under all of them, are there any of those that we can kind of put a check mark by and take off our active strategic priorities list for the year ahead?
We implemented the compensation study, but I think it's going to need constant management to keep it competitive.
Yes. So does it feel like that one is complete in the phase you set for it?
It does.
Okay.
Is this like what we saw last year where this becomes operationalized?
Yeah.
So would it be the same for reparations in that we established the commission? And I mean, that's going to be an ongoing effort for, you know. This was my confusion about the part of the retreat last year, because I was kind of upset that affordable housing and housing in general didn't make the top list, but the explanation was, well, we're doing all this work behind the scenes on it. It's not that it's not a priority, it's just not one that we have to push forward
It's
this year.
operationalized.
Yeah.
It's not under development for
Right.
new programs.
So using that
Except-
theory,
except
would we
the
say the same
apartments
about
and-
reparations now?
Exactly. So reparations is launched. You set it as a strategic priority. It happened in terms of launching. Now it becomes operationalized.
I don't feel that we're
I
there
don't
yet.
think-
It feels a little early to get there, because, I mean, we haven't, I mean, they haven't even had their first meeting.
Okay.
So, I would suggest, yes, it started, and I think, first, but I know,
We're not there.
operationalized feels a little
Same.
aggressive.
Okay.
So I would say no, we're not there
Okay.
yet.
So does reparations need to stay as one of the big buckets?
Yes.
Okay. So what about ARPA money?
That's definitely in progress. So I think we gotta keep it, because it'll probably be on this year and then next year. Won't it?
Even though by the end of this fiscal year, we won't,
Well,
we'll
we,
have
well,
allocated.
but if-
Well,
for the,
if
what
we
about the
set
set aside?
aside
Yeah,
mon-
the set aside money.
Yeah,
But
but
is that
that's a pretty
operationalized? This is where I get gray area,
Yeah.
so.
I think the ARPA money, I mean, because right now, it feels like we have a lot of work to do, but I think we're trying to look at strategic priorities as of July 1st. And so I feel like ARPA funds, I mean, yeah, we're gonna have the set aside, but the vast majority of those decisions will be made by July 1st. And spending them and monitoring them will be operationalized, pretty early on in next fiscal year, I would think. So I guess for me, I'd probably take that one off the list.
Does everybody else agree?
What I didn't hear is that we're gonna go back and look at equitable outcomes, because the goal we set was that we were gonna have an equitable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, and I don't see how we do that if we don't go back and measure.
We will definitely be doing that as part of the monitoring process. And I also want to remind you of the presentation that Rachel had in terms of the other 13 strategies. We're still doing that. Affordable housing is on that list, transit is on that list. So it's not like that we are not going to continue doing all of those things.
Right.
We just need to know if, in terms of priorities, if we had to delay, defer, I mean, this is what you want us to work on and be strategically focused on.
That's
this
exactly right.
upcoming fiscal year.
That's exactly right. And we don't have to decide what the strategic priorities should be in this moment. We're going to do that after lunch. What I'm asking you all is, of the 4 buckets that you named, are there any that you are ready to take off the priorities list and put in the operational? Okay. So I'm hearing ARP and compensation.
I would agree. I think I would agree with that, because we're keeping our reparations, and then reimagining public safety is an ongoing process. Yeah.
And we're not quite operationalized on, I think, the long term. I think we've started, but, I don't think we're there enough to move that and say, okay, we're accomplished.
For reimagining or reparations?
No, I meant reimagining.
Antoinette, you're quiet. What are you thinking?
That I agree with the mayor and Sandra.
Okay. So is there anyone who disagrees with moving those 2 into the operational category and out of the big strategic priorities bucket?
I'm good. I feel like when you're to the position of measuring outcomes, it's no longer a strategic priority. It lives in strategic priority phase when it needs to be fleshed out and priorities set. But when you're in the point of measuring, that is no longer a strategic priority. It's more operationalized.
Yeah.
I hear that. I just want to make sure that we explicitly state that we want to make sure in the operationalization of ARPA funds that we are committed to following up on the outcomes.
And absolutely, Kim. And I hope that in everything we're doing, as a city. We're looking at that all the time, but I appreciate you raising it to the fore as an important factor. Jamie?
And I'll just add that Kim Marmon-Sachs, who is the project manager, is working very closely with, we can hear you, but. Right, so Kim Marmon-Sachs, the project manager, is working very closely with the Office of Data and Performance as they go through that contracting phase to make sure that that is built in and the reporting out structure is there. And we will come back with a regular report out to the council about how that's going.
I think those report outs are a key piece of this. I think that there's room for a little bit of a better connection going forward between the strategic priorities you all choose and what's happening behind the scenes to report out the progress, the projects, the goals.
And the reason that we're asking people to come to the mic is because we're streaming this and people have been texting us saying they can't hear. So that's why we're all going to the mic.
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful, what Vice Mayor Smith just explained as her understanding of what's a strategy and what's operationalized. I think it would be helpful if the public-facing document and list of priorities clarified that, because I don't know that it was clear when we just said, you know, like the media saw, these are the 4 things we're working on. But if the story is, and this is what we operationalized from last year, and this is what's still operationalized from, you know, that might help the context.
I think that's a great point, because it's not these are the 4 things we're working on. It's that we are working on 1,000 things that are critically important. These are 4 new priorities that we're going to move forward, that we're going to step into this year, or however many you pick. Doesn't have to be 4.
And Rebecca, if I may, we mentioned yesterday the development of departmental work plans and individual project work plans. Over the next year, we're going to have a focus around really having some structure around those strategies, not only just because departments need to know how they need to focus their energy, but also to develop communication tools with council on how we're reporting back regularly progress, hopefully having an annual report at the end of the year saying this is how we did, but throughout the year having regular check-ins, be it with either the full city council or with the council committees on specific targeted priority areas. Here's how we're doing, this is how we're measuring progress, and just having more check-ins. So that's something that's on the horizon, and why it's so important to us today that as we're looking at the new fiscal year, what are those priorities so that we can build that structure accordingly.
And I think that fit beautifully with 2 things you heard from your department heads. One was, we want a way to talk to you and give you updates and help you be informed about the 1,000 things we're working on. And the other was, we want you to be very clear about what are the new priorities and what. So this is my bias not coming from them, but of course, when you select new priorities, you're not selecting some other things as new priorities. You're saying, for the new part of the year ahead, this is the part we're going to work on. And I think, Sage, your point is beautiful in terms of when we go to communicate this to the public, let's make sure we're not implying that this is that the strategic priorities list is everything important that we're working on. That there are many, many, many really important things, and these are the 4 new ways we want to head or continue to head, or 5 or whatever, however many you pick when we get to that part for strategic priorities. Questions, comments? Okay, so we've moved to off the kind of new strategic priority list and onto the operational. We'll continue to get reports, we'll get tracking, we'll know the impacts, all of that. Guess what? You get to eat. So let's take a lunch break. We're actually doing so well on time. I'm really pleased with how we are. So we're going to take a lunch break until 12:30. Thank you.
2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check, check 1, 2.
let's get rolling, so maybe we can wrap up and have a little bit of afternoon after our afternoon. So, the first thing I want us to do is an exercise where we think without money, we don't pay any attention to whether we have resources or not. We are going to dream big, and I want each of you to select 3 strategic goals that you would pick, you as an individual would pick for Asheville, and write them on those sticky pads I put out near you, and stick them over there on that wall. And it can be anything you want it to be.
What color sticky pad are we using?
Any color you like. Any color.
All 3 on the same one or 3 different ones?
What?
It said 3?
Oh, put them on separate pieces of paper, though. Each one of the 3, see, this is why I'm not so good with the instructions. Each one, you're going to write 3 on 3 separate pieces of paper. What? What? Y'all are looking at me.
Different colors? Oh my God.
No.
Okay, y'all.
You can use.
Come on, this isn't hard. A separate piece of paper.
We were just giving you choices. We're just giving you choices of paper.
You know what, you want to do this, are you, is the next step going to be that we have to think about money?
Yeah, we're going to get there.
Okay, this is our 3.
I promise. Okay, so 3 strategic priorities. Just pretend it's 5 years from now if you want to, and there's all the money in the world, and you want to pick a strategic priority for Asheville. So 3 of them on 3 separate pieces of paper. We're just starting broad and going down. Yes.
Broad question.
Yes,
Is this
Sage.
become like a voting thing? Because I really just want to put forth 1. Do I need to put forth it 3 times? Is this going to be like sticker voted or something?
No.
Okay. Oh, don't try to. I'm just, you know. Just trying to change the system here. Yes, you're trying to rig it.
Just
No,
try.
I just want to put forth 1. I wasn't sure if I should.
No, just please put forth 3. You could pick 3 for this city.
We're a little overwhelmed.
Huh?
You're exhausted. You don't want to think about that.
That's
the problem. Okay. All right.
This- Yes, you can. You can dream. I'm inviting you to dream. I'm not going to slap anybody's hand. We can't do all of these. We get that up front. We're just dreaming. This is a dreaming exercise. And they're anonymous. So when you stick them on the wall, nobody's going to know which ones you picked.
Nobody's going to watch you do that.
Okay. We're going to let staff come by and pick them up from you and put them on the board.
Yeah, hold on. Still on first one.
Take your time. I won't make that mistake again. Where do you want these on the? Yeah, put them on the wall, please.
Okay, well, let's.
mix them up.
No, I didn't, I wasn't trying to be a smart ass.
No, you should not. Y'all are not used to thinking without constraint. This is, your whole job is thinking within constraint. It's hard to think with no constraints.
I just threw a off with our, we usually do dots. And then you gave them different colors. Yeah, it's more that we're just creatures of habit. Because I've never worked with those.
What are dots?
Yeah, you get, like, you only get so many dots.
Oh, and you can vote them? Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
She only gave us 3.
Yeah.
Maggie's putting together something like a contemporary.
She's making shapes. I love that. Okay, everybody done? No, I think I need one more. Oh. Close your eyes, I want you to know who's Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read them to you in random order, and we're going to look for the things that go together. So we're going to try to combine the ones that are similar, that we can combine together. So I'm just going to pull them at random. This one says housing planning, bonds, partners, zoning, readjust AMI targets, purpose-built community. So this one's all about housing. This one says affordable one, level 60 and over homes, condos or townhomes, 60% and below AMI. I think they do.
Housing,
Housing.
I believe, would be the strategic priority category.
Okay. All right, this one says core services and capital needs. This one says affordable homes
Back
for
under
purchase, and it's suggesting 40% AMI. This one says growth management and planning, about wage growth needs, about facilities study, accelerating rents and medium home prices, long-term tourism investment planning. So this is like creating a strategy for long-term growth management. We'll call it that. Core services and.
It sounded like they all needed to grow. No, okay,
I think this one is more of a, how do we want our city, what do we want the growth patterns of our city to be? Oh, this one's great. No property taxes for a year. Somebody dreamed big. That's a big dream.
Yeah, you said if money was no.
I did.
And the law was no object.
Well-
You said the two, you probably
I
meant
should
the
have
two
said that.
things.
I should have sent Brad out of the room, is what I should have done. Okay, this one says dream climate resilience neighborhoods without food insecurity because of a strong community garden network. See, they got 3 on one piece of paper. Y'all know how to dream. So can I put this in the housing category? No. Can I put this in the green category? All right, we'll leave it uncategorized for the moment. Okay, this one said, did I just tear a hole in the wall? This one says, baby bonds for Black families. Give a child $1,000 each year until they're 18 years old to address the growing racial wealth inequality. That's a good dream. That's a good dream. Okay. This one says 50% of housing here is affordable. That's great. This one, oh, we did that one. This one says reimagine public safety to include strategies to address homelessness. Okay. This one says free food for a year.
What's that with that community garden, that word?
That's a good idea. Oh. Okay. All right, this one says zero waste, we're carbon neutral. Oh. You're taking pity on me. Okay. Oh, really? Okay, no property. Oh my God. It's hysterical. They don't. All right. This one says everyone is safely housed because housing is a human right. So we can put that with housing, right? Okay. Staffing has stabilization, retention, and we've filled the vacant positions. That's a nice one. This one says, we have connected multimodal infrastructure network designed for safe travel for all uses. Thank you. Thank you. So this is about transportation. Free housing for a year, affordable housing. This one says home rule. Is that housing? I don't know what that is. What is home rule? Somebody tell me, anybody tell, I'll just pick on you, Mayor Man.
Home rule is not what we have in North Carolina. It would require constitutional change to our state constitution, but it will allow cities the authority to make up their own rules essentially, instead of only being able to do what the legislature authorizes us to do.
Okay, great.
Can we put that in the dream big category with property taxes?
It's big.
It's an incredibly big dream in that a bill that would move us to home rule is pretty much introduced every session and not passed, including when the Democrats controlled the legislature.
All right, this was the core services.
Sure, there's lots of them. Yeah, but they were created that way. We weren't born that way.
Thank you, Maggie. This was housing. And this is reimagine public safety strategies to.
This is housing?
Oh, no, it's not. Okay, I'm going to read these categories to you. And see if I've got any that should go together, okay? So the first one is Baby bonds for Black families give a child $1,000 a year to solve to solve wealth inequities. This one is climate resilience neighborhoods without food insecurities because of strong community garden network. Home rule, this is the transportation one, connected multimodal infrastructure for transportation. No property taxes for a year. Core services and our capital needs are met. Zero waste, we're carbon neutral. Staffing stabilization, retention, and we filled the vacant positions. And all of this is about affordable housing.
I have a question.
Yep.
Can the carbon reduction and no waste go with climate resiliency?
Yes.
With the community garden network and the food?
Yes. I think you already told me that, and I didn't do it. Yeah. Okay, so now what we're going to do, any questions about this stage so far? Except why did I make you do that? Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to pair up, and in pairs, you're going to have the two of you agree on two realistic strategic priorities that you would offer as additions this year for a strategic plan. Now that you've done a little dreaming, yes.
So this is, we're back to reality.
We're back to reality.
Okay.
So we're back to reality. You've done a little dreaming. And we're going to pair up. I'm going to pair you up. And then we're going to, the two of you are going to agree on two. So it's two agreeing on two. Okay? And then
But we don't necessarily have to add, or do they?
No, this is just an exercise at this point. If you were to add this year, you don't have to add any. We have two currently on our.
Can that be one of the votes?
Yeah, absolutely. You have two right now, two strategic priorities. Yep, for the year ahead. You have reparations and you have reimagining public safety currently on the books to go forward. You can vote to have no more. You can vote, you can agree together to add one, to add two.
What about adding 3?
No,
We're capping at 4, that's what I'm getting at.
we're capping at 2.
On top of the other 2.
On top, yes, sorry, yeah, my math, yes. Okay, we good? Okay. Antoinette, I would like for you to work with Sandra. Gwen, I would like for you to work with the mayor. Sage, I would like for you to work with, who am I forgetting?
Oh, they said Deborah. I'll take Deborah. I'd love Deborah.
You can't have Deborah. You get Shanika.
I don't have, I've words for Deborah.
And
I'd love to be there too.
Kim, I would like, do you want to do this?
Oh, I thought you needed an 8, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to put the three of you together, okay? All right, so take a few minutes, get together, agree on your approach that you're recommending to council, and decide who's going to speak for your group. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to put the best practices back up on the board. So here's kind of a filter.
So that was my question for you, is that you could dream without limit, could limit our existence.
I want to offer you one more piece of advice. Don't pick compound things. Don't add 3 things together and make them one.
time I get such a trying to get my sister
Okay, we ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Excellent. Okay, let's come back together. And I look forward to hearing what each one of your teams decided. So let's start with Sandra and Antoinette. Okay, Sandra, what did you all decide?
I didn't do it, she called you when you were walking around. Here, take my. Go ahead.
Okay. We want to take on setting up a emergency home fund to assist homeowners to be able to stay in their homes and with the necessary repairs. So we figure that's a way to increase home ownership and sustainability in home ownership. And we think that that's something that we need to really work on here at the city, because it doesn't really take a whole lot, but it can help a lot of people.
And the, oh,
Huh?
you don't have to have two.
Antoinette's got the other one.
You don't have to have two. You can just have one. Okay. Can I ask a question about that one, though? What is the overarching strategy?
So what I'll go ahead and say, initially it started off with how do we keep people in their homes? And then basically, after delving into it, we realized that that wasn't actually a viable option. There are nonprofits that actually do that work. So it would have been under affordable housing.
Okay.
Because we talked about
Is
financial.
it just like a funding, not to implement as a city, not to like actually do it as a city, but to fund someone else to do it?
Yeah, fund it.
Fund a nonprofit to do it or something like that?
Which is kind of what we already do with MHO and Habitat.
And
So
under
then we
ARPA,
circle
we have a
back.
couple, don't we have a couple of these that kind of fall under this description?
And then we decided, maybe we should just stick to the 2 that we decided on and not increase to 4.
Okay.
That was our final thought.
And basically increasing the funds. And like I said, allocating enough funds to actually make an impact or make a difference.
This red color you're picking is a little unfortunate because
Oh.
you can't really see it, but.
Okay.
So wait, that was 1, is there a 2? No, you decided to just do a
Stay
heavy
with
1,
2 is
a
what-
heavy 1? Okay.
Is it easier if I just write it on here? That's what I was gonna ask you to do. Let me move this thing. Okay, so,
So can I ask a question here, just in terms of process? We're doing, we're doing our strategies. Last year, we had the 4 strategies, and so the result this time also will be identified, somewhere between 2 and 4
right,
strategies that come out of this afternoon process, that we walk out of here and it says,
yes.
strategies for this year are these 2 to 4 things.
Yes,
And then we'll figure out a better way to communicate that it's really not that we're losing sight of what the city does as a whole, but that these are just sort of focus areas for this year. Because again, I do think the messaging is such an issue because people read it and say, well, there's a whole bunch of stuff that matters to me that the city does that is not on this list, but it's not that we're not doing those things. It's that we as a council are focusing some effort. So on the issue around housing that you mentioned, that you identified, emergency home repair funds, I think still though, wouldn't the strategy, like the bullet point strategy, be housing or housing stability or housing affordability or, right? I mean, is that?
And Sandra was particularly interested in elderly.
So, well, okay, so, and
But
I
still, yes.
appreciate that. Just from a council functioning, the purpose of this policy exercise is to identify the focus area, and then technically speaking, what happens is staff comes back with the menu of things. So, but I hear what you're doing, because sometimes what happens when you pick the high-level strategy, you have in mind like a particular idea. Or sometimes what has happened over the years is an action comes back and I think, what, that's the action? That's not what I was thinking would be the action out of that identified policy area. So I'm just putting that out there in terms of how we frame this.
that's
If I were
right.
gonna,
Go.
If I were gonna frame it without going into the granular, I would say not just housing, I would say equitable, affordable housing.
And also, like she did point, Antoinette was pointing out that we're talking about especially what's happening here with the seniors in our area, because you've got the people that has been on these jobs for years, and then they retire. The income is half of that. and they can't even maintain their homes or pay the taxes. So we have to find some kind of program to sort of help. That's sustainable housing. That's housing they can make money from. They can rent out. They can, you know, I mean, and that's the purpose. Because right now, to be able to build affordable homes, we don't have the money to do that. So the strategy is to identify ways that we can actually help as many people in the community as possible sustain their homes.
Excellent, excellent.
As
Very
you
well
talk, I
said.
watched Nikki get really alert. She's listening to you.
That's excellent.
And
Very
if I wanted
clear.
to delve just a little further, the purpose would be to kind of, well, recognizing that frankly, the market decides what's affordable as it relates to housing, coming up with imaginative ways to reach the most vulnerable of the vulnerable in our affordable housing discussions.
So you're saying when we use the term affordable, it has legal definitions, lending definitions, building definitions, and what you're saying is you want to access the most vulnerable.
Yeah, right.
Regardless of those definitions. Because 50% of $750,000 is, you know, still affordable by some definitions of the word, but it's not necessarily who you're talking about trying to reach, trying to serve.
It makes me think about the vulnerability index that we do for placing homeless individuals. So under the theme of the most vulnerable of the vulnerable, maybe there is an index that we create that has the race, the class, the longevity here, the type of home, the history of the home, how long it's been standing. Maybe there's a framework around how we name the most vulnerable so that we know how to direct our strategy.
Yeah, and I think we would definitely look to staff to come up with some of the tactical elements to make that happen. And just to those points, there are ways to capture those things. Brad, don't listen to some of that. Ways to capture some of those things in a way that really does get to who you're talking about. Okay, are you guys done? All right, let's hear from you three.
Since we're on housing subject already, I'll go for this one. And we'll give a little kudos to Antoinette for updating our phrase to equitable and affordable housing. We just had housing before that. And under that, I know staff will probably come up with their own recommendations, but to Esther's point of, do we have specifics behind this? I'll just read this list because a little bit of our conversation was around recognizing that staff are overwhelmed, exhausted, and that whole list, and that already have a lot of things in queue. And so we don't want to just layer on more. So we're respecting that some of the things we haven't yet completed are on this list. So right away, just affordability, ownership. This is gonna be a long list. I don't know if you want to write it all.
Okay.
I mean, it's like 10 things.
Wait, you're supposed to
I'll
do
just
two,
listen.
you're supposed to do two things.
This is our one category. This is quick, just affordability, ownership, AMI targets and policy review, the purpose-built community, the condos and townhomes others mentioned, missing middle and ADUs, the 319 Biltmore, which we haven't quite done. We talked about upzoning and more multifamily. We talked about perhaps the conditional zoning to do more of a community benefits table like the hotel moratorium, completing and doing more corridor studies and planning, and then something we feel like we talk about in HCD a little bit, which is evaluating the outcomes of existing programs and policies.
Excellent.
Specifically measuring the equitable outcomes.
Yes, measuring equitable outcomes.
Yes.
And then the other one for us, similar things that are in play and things that might layer in, neighborhood resilience development.
Oh.
And so under these examples could be capacity, city, community, and faith community, resource mapping and facilities study, emergency response, neighborhood, grants, thank you, and participatory budgeting, resilience hubs, which is a specific term, a climate justice initiative, urban forest master plan, and food security and food systems.
A lot of good things in neighborhood resilience. Very good. Okay, so
The one thing that didn't end up on our list, but we did talk about, I just want to make sure we talk about in general, waste management,
Oh.
cleanup, stormwater, like,
Yeah, we're hearing from neighborhoods about waste issues. So in that food security and food systems, we were thinking beginning to end.
Okay. So you would be looking for staff to come up with some specific recommendations within their resources to help address some
Sure.
of those things you mentioned.
And again, some of these things are already in queue and in play and queuing up. So it's a respect to, we're doing some of this already, and here's some other
Yes.
ideas.
Yes, excellent. Okay, good. How about you guys?
We had two categories. One is strategies to reduce homelessness or houselessness. And, you know, depending on how you frame the affordable housing piece, it may or may not include this. Probably not, probably needs to be its own thing. And then improving and expanding core services.
Oh,
I have a question about that. Can I offer a question to that group? Is there any element of improving and expanding core services that fits within our existing goal to reimagine public safety? Because I mean, I know some of what we talked about too is how can we fit some of the things we talked about might fit under other strategies that we're working on.
Well, and I guess earlier when we did the exercise of what's check done and what's still in progress, and since reimagining public safety was staying on the list, we assumed it would still be there as its own item. Now, probably you're right, there could be some overlap, but it was our understanding that that was gonna stay there.
yes, that's
Right.
what you all decided.
Right.
Mayor, does that include things like litter and cleanliness we've been talking about
Yes,
lately?
I specifically wrote that down.
Thank you.
That it does.
So,
So with that in mind,
go ahead, Kim.
is there any exploration of improving and expanding core services and reimagining public safety being underneath that?
Yeah, I would leave that to staff to figure out how to organize that, if that makes sense to them from an operational standpoint, but
Then it's not in competition is what I'm saying.
Okay, going back to what the rules are, sorry, Shanika. But I thought that we were keeping as priorities reimagining public safety and
affordable housing.
Reparations.
I'm sorry, reparations.
That's right.
Those were remaining
Correct.
at our priorities, and that we, and then like affordable housing and that kind of thing, we would suggest is operational. So given that, I wouldn't want to move reimagining public safety underneath improving core services, because I think it kind of needs its own focus.
And core services, just as I talk to your department heads, I mean, it's so much about them being able to have the resources to deliver every day the excellence that you want for the city in a whole variety of areas. And they would need to determine, I would guess, if that ended up as one of your priorities for the core services one, they would need to come back to you with, here's where we think we need to shore up or add additional programs to do that.
And I think the exercise that we would go through is, after you kind of do your, whatever the next step is in terms of the vote, we would look at the things that you all have identified that may link to things that we are already doing.
Yes.
And we will use those as a context. Looks like council wants us to go in this direction as it relates to, quality affordable housing, because that's one of your focus areas, and that's one that we already have underway. So a lot of these things literally almost are programs under a broader thing that we're already working on.
Okay.
So for example, even the housing one related to the the more vulnerable, and in particular, the elderly. You know, we would look at, say, additional collaboration with state initiatives and funding, Buncombe County tax relief. I mean, those are the things that we would try to, again, operationalize the emphasis that you all are directing us
Right.
towards.
In addition to.
Yeah,
So the
we can
ones-
get there with it.
get that, okay.
The ones I hear you all kind of coming to as options. So I would suggest housing stability is one that includes the funding for the vulnerable, making it equitable, some of those, the most vulnerable of the vulnerable. And so that's one that you all are considering adding as a third bucket, right?
Right.
Is this what you're saying?
Right.
Is this painful? This is painful, isn't it? Okay, what about the houselessness, homelessness?
It's under housing stability.
Okay,
Yeah, that's true. That's true, we could, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I think, us examining the need for a high-access shelter, interfacing a high-access shelter with the county's community paramedic program, you know, that's kind of what I'm, you know, looking at models for a better integrated, emergency shelter services and day services into longer-term, services that tie in, case management for folks that need help with medical care and, substance abuse care, but whatever it is. I mean, just in my personal exploration and talking with a lot of other cities that have more robust built-out models around, houselessness services generally, we have a lot of room for improvement.
okay.
And I think if we try to put it under housing stability or affordable, equitable housing, we're gonna lose sight of some of the entryways into the.
I kind of have a question about those other places that do it in the state. Do the municipalities usually take the forefront, take the lead on that, or is that typically done
No,
by county?
they are not, they are funded, a good question. They are funded by a combination of the city and the county, and depending on the location, it could be more the county. So it's more like how we operate now in terms of us being a partner or a collaborator. That part isn't necessarily different, but it's a much more integrated system, and it's established with a sustainable model and funding.
I'll add that I saw the Buncombe County Commissioners chose affordable housing as their top priority this upcoming year. Do you know if some of that is under that umbrella for them?
As I understand it, their affordable housing initiatives are really focused on supporting, tax credit, 4% tax credit financed, housing projects. And they have a unit number goal that they are trying to achieve. I think they're eager to partner with us on funding, folks that are providing permanent supportive housing in the community, as well, but that's specifically a unit target for them, 2,500 units or however many it is by a certain date.
Okay, so can we say then that this houselessness category, as described by Gwen and by the mayor, is one of the options here? Okay. I'm just trying to get us down to a couple of things. And core services, that's one, right? Is it? Okay. And so we have the equitable, affordable. What about neighborhood resilience?
Could that sort of be up under the core services, because it's all sort of taking care of the community? I mean, sort of, Kim? You don't think so?
Well, I guess I take core services to be like what we were talking earlier, like park maintenance and litter and.
Yeah, but could that still?
But we have a
sort of-
community engagement department that works with helping communities build capacity. The matching grants is under that department.
I'll defer to my colleagues.
What do you guys think?
You know, what I'm struggling with is it had a long list of items under it, so how do we, like, let's talk
Capture
more
that.
about what's under it, so we know where it goes.
We had so many words, we had to give it to the minute takers. Here we go. Thanks. And really, I mean, again, these were examples. We're not saying this is everything. We know staff have their own priorities. So we had capacity building, city, community, faith community, resource mapping and facility study, emergency response, neighborhood. Okay.
Go to, okay, the first one.
Capacity, city, community, faith community.
Okay, what does that mean?
I'm gonna,
Well, I was thinking of it in terms of certain situations, like in a case of a natural disaster or in case of some type of climate emergency. We want to be able to strengthen we want to outfit some of our facilities and position our faith-based communities to be able to respond.
Okay.
So it's response and recovery. So that's not a day-to-day type of resilience, but that's situational, it's crisis.
Okay, and I see Chief perking up because we talked about that at that recent Homeland Security training about the community's ability to an emergency situation.
We
Okay,
also
I'm
talked
just,
about how schools and community centers are in neighborhoods with faith communities, like, that's part of the resource mapping that's missing in our own facility study, is like looking at the resource mapping as a whole city.
Okay, so that, all right, so what was the next thing under?
yeah, can I write down crisis resilience over here so that we know?
there's more to it on this.
And
Okay.
others may have some, but it's like, neighborhood grants, we already do, participatory budgeting, we don't. Shanika, maybe you could speak to resilience hubs, because that's a very specific.
Well, that's what I was speaking to. Because I think it's about facility outfitting, but also building community members in their capacity and capabilities to be self-sufficient in case of an emergency, while our first responders are responding to other areas or more vulnerable needs, you know? So I don't know what else to say behind that. So
No,
it's-
that makes a
Okay.
lot more sense.
Which is part of our climate justice initiative.
Right.
That's why they're woven together.
But it overlaps with emergency services too, so I don't know where it lives exactly.
Well, I wonder if that's what improving and expanding core services, that's why we keep having these overlaps.
Well, some of this we could actually even include under reimagining public safety.
You're right.
Some of the
Yeah,
specific.
crisis management piece.
Oh, absolutely.
So, okay, so that's pretty clear what that is. What were the other pieces under?
Urban
neighborhood?
forest master plan and securing our food and water systems.
Say it again about securing food and water. Talk more about that
So
piece.
we talked about complete food systems, including waste, right? And water systems would be, I mean, we've heard about water today, but also stormwater.
And like, are we talking about long-term maintenance, or are we talking about, like, in a case of an emergency? Talk more about what was it?
This is brought on purpose because I think we need to hear from staff. But if the priority is that we leave the year having significant impact done on neighborhood resilience with an equity lens, then all the things could fit underneath that. We haven't heard from all of our colleagues on this list.
So, but that, to those latter parts, probably core services is right again in terms of.
Asheville Buncombe Food
the-
Policy Council,
or
Community
water, I was
Garden
thinking water
Network.
source.
I see where you just touched on, so, because core services,
Well, for those
Yeah.
sorts of things,
yeah.
but, I think I'm getting feedback.
And
But
that's
it's
why
true that-
we're recommending a stormwater fee increase so that
Right.
we can begin to do some of the things that you're identifying.
But then if we don't, you do that with an equity lens, then we're gonna be increasing fees on people who can't afford it in the first place. So I think that's where they all fit underneath.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know
what we
how
can
else
do.
to pay for it.
Well, and
I mean,
what I'm
well-
hearing is that potentially some of our neighborhood resilience things can fall under multiple other categories, both
Yeah.
existing priorities and ones that are proposed. But I want to make sure that what these two were talking about doesn't get lost in that. Would you agree, or are you still feeling that this is a separate item?
I want to go back to the thing about, let's be sure it's clear. Let's be sure, as a strategic initiative, we know what it is we're trying to do. Because one of the things that your department head said was, give us clear strategic direction. They asked multiple times for that.
I think what I'm hearing you say, neighborhood resilience is a combination of long-term strategies to create neighborhood resilience, but then also emergency response resilience as well. So if you're managing your infrastructure, stormwater, water, your tree canopy, your environmental aspects of a neighborhood, you're sustaining your neighborhood, you're creating a resilient neighborhood long-term. But then Shanika's point is, and if there's an emergency, what's the plan?
Additionally, our own climate emergency being stated, we have a climate justice initiative that includes a vulnerability index. So this is measurable.
Yeah, we don't have to struggle to identify the vulnerable neighborhoods.
And I see it in phases as well, and the phases will lead the strategy, but there needs to be early planning for, so if there was a facility study that had the focus of like crisis emergency, or to form these capabilities for communities, or not capabilities for communities, but the facilities to hold those type of emergencies, then the early planning has to be a part of our phase one, and not waiting for an emergency or to phase it out or to act
right
in the latter phases.
Chief, do you want to say anything? You look like you might be jumping out of your seat. Do you want to help us at all frame this? I mean, in terms of, it's, the Venn diagram is multiple circles here of the different pieces, but I just want to, if you have anything if you're about to just tell us you're already working on this plan or something like that.
Yeah, so, and yourself and some others from that training we had last month, the template, the foundation has to be with an updated plan. And so that plan has a lot of intersections with our climate resiliency. So I think that piece is what is important. So to sum up, where does this land? I think that everything that you're talking about, when we have a pandemic, when we have a resource crisis, that those have so much intersection, it's difficult to put it in one bucket.
And the plan you're talking about is like an emergency response plan, which is aged now, right? And are you all working on updating that plan, or you've identified a need to update the plan?
We have identified the need. It's because so much more than just updating the plan is operationalizing the plan and practicing the plan. And so that's a significant budget request that we have this year.
I would also add that we know that we have food deserts in our community, and they're in historic Black neighborhoods, but because we haven't said explicitly what we're gonna do about it, or that we're gonna stop doing it, then we just keep perpetuating that they exist. So my concern is that if we don't do something about our own stated climate emergency, we're gonna be in worse of a pickle every year that we don't do something. But improving and expanding core services seems to me to be in a lot of these and our existing priorities.
Yeah, and then the other one can go from the public safety. Wouldn't that part?
Say that again, Sandra.
No, the one they're talking about with the emergency, whatever, what Scott was, that could go up under public safety, and some of the others could fall up under core services.
So how do y'all feel about that? To break this one apart a little bit, the neighborhood resilience, and look for some of those things to show up in the plans under the two existing priorities and any others you select today.
Or that we break up expanding core services and put that in all the other buckets that we have. So improving and expanding core services of housing stability, improving and expanding core services of houselessness, of reimagining public safety, of our reparations process. That would be the one I would suggest breaking up instead of neighborhood resilience.
Other views?
I'm okay with either. I could see how it goes under core services. I have a question for Deborah, if we say this to you, core services, to you, would you interpret that as, you know, the staffing crisis we have and filling positions? Would that come through core services to you?
Yes, it would be part of the operation of the execution of how we improve core services.
Okay, I just
So
want to
it
make
would
sure
be
the
equipment,
wages
it
and
would
the
be, it would be all of those things.
retention, it all would
that's
fall in that
needed
bucket for
to
you. Okay,
Improve the services.
great, thank
So
you.
would you say that it's operationalized then?
Not yet.
So what I heard from department heads on this is 80% of what we do is core services. And we would like council to make it a priority for us to be able to focus on that, to do it better, to do it with the right resources, to look at excellence, improved excellence in that position, in that part of our job.
And the more we talk about this, the more I'm seeing how it relates to the one I suggested of growth management, because so much of what we're doing, in my perspective, limited and young, is that we're in a constant state of reacting to whatever comes and happens to us, but we're not always just saying, hey, you know, 10 years out, what does this look like and where do we need to be? And core services and restaffing is, I think, part of that. So I'm leaning more towards your core staffing now. Or services, sorry. But we do have.
Okay, are we ready to get down to brass tacks in selecting? Were we
Rebecca?
ready a long time ago?
Rebecca, if you would be, can you explain why neighborhood resilience does not have a bubble around it, but housing, houselessness, and expanding core services does?
Because I did not hear consensus about it being its own priority. I heard that the things on your list, some of them belong in the existing reimagining public safety bucket, and some of them belong in improving, expanding core services, and maybe some of them belong in housing stability or the other priorities. Am I wrong about that, council?
I think you're right. And just the conversation suggests that there won't be a majority support for it. So if we can break it up to the extent we can, it probably will gain more support.
Without losing the content, I mean, I think, I mean, we're just bucketing things. The one thing we didn't talk about was the forestry piece, though. Does that fall under a core service? Is it like an expansion of an existing core service? Probably. I think, I don't know.
We should be improving and expanding core services in everything that we do, which is operationalized, and we did the comp study. We took comp study off the list. So if we were doing stickers, I'd have a sticker next to neighborhood resilience, just saying.
Noted. Absolutely, hear that. Okay, if we're gonna move this forward, now comes the hard part. So now I want you all to decide between several options. So I want you to decide whether to just stick with the two that you have, whether you want to stick with those two plus housing stability. We're gonna vote on these separately so that we know how many we're adding. Okay, does that make sense? Okay.
I just have a question again
Okay.
about, did we decide that it had to be 4? Because if it were 5.
Absolutely not.
Because if it were 5, it'd be done. Is 5
Fewer
overwhelming
is
you?
better.
But we're keeping reimagining public safety and reparations.
I
So
know. So if housing stability, houselessness, and core services are what's left, could we just call it 5?
it's 5, then it's 5 things.
So,
I mean,
hey, my
technically
vote
it's
could be
5
for
things.
5.
Are you feeling like you didn't, what?
No. I'm still here, I'm still with you. I'm looking around to see, do we want the 5?
My only question was about the housing stability piece. Did we want the phrasing to be equitable housing stability? Was that?
Absolutely.
Or does that, Yeah, I know that's like a descriptor under there. Did we want it in the bubble?
I like the what Antoinette said about equitable, affordable housing. Like,
Yeah,
I think
that's
that hits our targets better.
Because what I mean by that is, at some point, and this is not to this, having a conversation about, and it's a tough one to have, about whether we're more concerned with the actual number of units of affordable housing, or if we lean into, instead of 20-80-20, maybe 20-50-20, just thinking of a way that would make sense for a developer. In other words, do we want to focus on getting truly, truly deeply affordable more than the actual number of what HUD says is affordable, right? And then that way still increasing the supply, but making more affordable houses for people, housing for people on the lower end.
So if we take off stability and we leave equitable, affordable housing,
But the only thing about stability, so stability is sustainability.
right, but
It could
can't
be all
that
of
We
fit
could say, why don't we
in-
say equitable, affordable housing and
Sustainable.
equitably, stability, affordably, housing.
Sustainable.
Well, I'd like to speak to something in the community I'm hearing right now that may not be present in this particular list is, so we have been focusing on deeply affordable and the most vulnerable, but we're kind of creating a new problem where we have a workforce that isn't quite that AMI, but isn't up here. And so, I mean, right now, the restaurants are gathering, the service industry is gathering, and they're talking about housing. I don't know if you all know this, and they've got their own task force, and they're very concerned that they can't find housing. So when I look at housing stability, that fits under there. If it's just equitable and affordable, words I also care about, it won't touch that.
Well, see, I agree. I agree with you completely. That's exactly right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if we say equitable, affordable housing and stability,
Equitable, affordable, and stable housing.
oh,
Because one is more about new construction.
See, I'm
And
not-
the other one is
yeah.
about existing constructions and their
That's
conditions.
it.
So just say equitable, affordable
Yeah.
housing and stability.
and stability, okay? So we've got that one. We've got houselessness initiatives. And we've got core services.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that word. Strategies, not initiatives. Wrong word. Okay, how would you all like to vote on these?
Okay, so can we just stop for a moment? Because because I'm still dwelling on neighborhood resilience. I think it was hard for us to frame and name it and how it lives in the here and now. But I still think it may be an emphasis. So it might not get the votes, but I would like that highlighted and circled.
Well, I'll highlight it, and then
Yeah,
we'll
and
vote.
counted and
And
yeah.
we'll vote.
Well, I mean,
Where the vote lands, but I think we had a good start.
Well, I think again, for the public, if it doesn't get the votes, that's the most bizarre thing in the world, right? You didn't vote for neighborhood resilience. I think we just had a really long discussion about how the pieces are housed in these other bubbles. So,
We did.
I want to vote for neighborhood resilience. I don't know this is all a staff issue. If we have another bucket, instead of just saying those things are already housed under these other buckets, I mean, it's semantics in some ways. Does it matter to staff if it sits as a separate bucket rather than it's distributed to the other buckets? I have no idea. I don't, we already said it's covered in the other areas.
Before we go too far voting, do we have an interest in having 5?
I think 5 is okay.
We're already at 5, that would be 6.
No,
Well,
we're
I didn't
talking
know
about
if we
already
without
do.
without the neighborhood
Okay.
resilience, just doing
Okay.
the 5 that we were originally talking about.
Equitable, affordable.
Do you guys mind if we take a quick break while you write that up? Because I've got
Yeah,
popcorn all
let's
over
do.
my hands.
Let's take 10. Okay. Okay. So I think where we're landing as a group, as a way of addressing all of this, is to end up with these 4 plus the additional 2 that you kept from last year, and we'll have 6. I think it's the most inclusive way for us to capture these things. And we'll have 6 strategic priorities, and you all, along with staff, can begin to identify specifically what's going to be in those. So staff will come back to you. So let's talk about next steps, about what we need to do from here. So I think that I'd like to hear first, Deborah, if you wouldn't mind talking about, since the next step to me seems to be twofold. First of all is we need a communication plan about these strategic priorities to say, this isn't everything we're working on, this isn't everything that's important to council. These are the 6 priorities, strategic priorities, that we're going to add in addition to everything we're already working on. The second thing is, I think staff needs to have some time to come back and create alternatives, create plans about how to fulfill these 6 and let you take a look at those. So would you speak a minute, Deborah, about how you think that should go?
So, you already did it, well done, appreciate, no, just kidding. The communications plan, I think that's definitely something that we want to do as soon as possible. We think, though, that we'd like to come back to council at the beginning of the fiscal year, provide kind of like departmental work plans that says, here's what we are going to do as it relates to these priorities in terms of the tactical, project-oriented things that we think we can get accomplished within the year to bring back to you all. You all can say, Deborah, that's not enough, or it is enough. And we'll have pros and cons. No, just kidding, Antoinette. But we will provide you with kind of a path forward. And we hope that maybe you all may consider putting some of these priorities in committees, just to make sure that you all are constantly kind of getting information about them. And lastly, we hope that we don't burn out our staff and that we can successfully have a positive impact on the community as a result of the work that we'll be doing. Because this really, really, really isn't about naming priorities. It's actually, you know, we got to have kind of a scope of work, but it truly is about making a difference.
Yes.
So whatever we do, our work plans will be, how do we have boots on the ground as soon as possible, or a program developed, or outreach, or whatever it is, because I think there's a huge sense of urgency right now, even with the obstacles of, you know, we don't have enough staff and yada, 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 but we're gonna right-size it to what we can do, what we can deliver and deliver successfully. And hopefully, we hope that that will be adequate for the community and for council.
It's good. What else do you all have to add by way of next steps?
To that end, I would like us to rethink our definitions of our committees, our council committees, and align it more with what the boards and commissions restructure suggests, and And then, again, with this idea of, you know, putting these priorities and slotting them underneath those committees so that we get regular updates, which is also consistent with the boards and commissions restructure, that, you know, it's like flowing from the community to council and council to the community, et cetera. And I would also ask that, to that end, we schedule a work session to update council on the boards and commissions restructure, including the committee, the proposed committee restructure, sooner rather than later, to get your input on where that initiative is, and to see whether we have a nod to go forward. So that's kind of following up with what I see next steps are, especially relative to these priorities.
What is the, I agree. What is the council committee, like, what would that look like? Does that look kind of like what the county's done, where they have topical subcommittees like affordable housing? They could have like a pre-K one.
So, no,
Oh,
they're
so-
not, it's much broader than that. So there are 5 proposed committees, and it's the 4, other than governance, is
I'm remembering
aligned
those.
really with the strategic plan. So it's a little more topical, I mean, a little broader, I think, than what the county has done. And, you know, I think one of the things that the community wants to understand around the boards and commissions proposed restructure, I continue to say proposed because nobody has signed up for this yet, just to make that clear. I think what the community is telling us they want to hear is, you know, what work is going to go under the boards, the various council committees, and then by definition, the new proposed advisory boards, which will align directly with the proposed council committees. And therefore, like, what work is going to be underneath those advisory boards.
Okay, and I'm not remembering the titles of the proposed committees, but.
And I'm not remembering them either.
Okay, all right, all right. But that would be, that we'd review that in the work session.
Right, exactly. It's on the website, so, but I can't name them all. I should be able to, but I can't.
Well, I know one of them joined like audit, finance, HR.
That's under governance,
yeah.
right? Mhm. Okay. So, is everyone okay with scheduling a work session?
Yeah,
I would
that's
like that.
fine.
I'm ready for one.
You need, oh, in addition to a check-in? Okay. We'll give you that, okay. I'm good with that, right. Or you just want to meet one-on-one, maybe another, no, I'm just,
Okay, well, it sounds like we've got a plan.
Can I add
Yes,
one?
of
Can I add
course,
one?
please.
Just kind of keeping in step with the spirit of this entire retreat. I would like to hear staff, like after retreat reaction, so that they can kind of ask questions and tell us to, I was about to say something very like, go to hell. Like, but like we're already doing this, it's in alignment with activities already being planned, like, yeah, let's just have a little talk back. So instead of them like taking marching orders and, you know, filling all of those lists of things that we saw yesterday, like, let's just have a small time of like kicking back so that we gain an understanding that there is an understanding about the interpretation. We talk about the,
And
yeah.
Shanika, that's very much in line with what you heard about how grateful they were that you wanted to listen to them and get their input before. So I think
I love
that's
that idea.
wonderful.
That's a great idea.
Anything else? Are we ready to go to checkout? We ready to wrap up?
I just want to
Okay.
note, nothing's in our parking lot. I'm just saying, nothing,
Like our cars aren't in our parking lot?
no, nothing's in our parking
Oh,
lot.
our parking.
The Pinto.
Yeah, you know what that means?
Oh, yeah, there's a Pinto in our parking lot. And it's gonna cost a lot of money to fix it.
And a Model T, and a Model T. Yeah, good. So that means y'all stayed on task super well. I have a couple of things I want to say before we wrap up. I want to express the deepest gratitude for the opportunity for me as a resident of this city, a fan of this city, to get to work with you all. It was an honor. It was something that will be on my mental resume for the rest of my life. And so I'm very grateful to you for that. The other thing I want to say is that that everything works remarkably well in this city. Now, I realize I'm a privileged human being, and I have a different lived experience than many people. But I do just want to say that I'm grateful for how much goes right in our city and how much we care about how it works in our city. And now let's do a checkout. Okay, so I'm going to give you each a magic wand. And we're going to go around, and I want each of you to eliminate one thing from the world. What would you get rid of in the world? We're going to the right.
And you're looking at me.
I am.
Racism.
War.
Brad's like mellow yellow.
I don't know how to follow that. I'm going to say, anger based purely on politics.
Suffering.
Poverty.
Ignorance.
Sickness and disease.
Anything not rooted in love.
Wow, y'all. I'm gonna echo whoever said suffering.
Fear of compromise.
Oh, love that. And I'm going to say violence. And thank you so much, and I will return you to your mayor to close us out.
All right, we'll take care of that. We'll address all of those things. All right, guys, we're done a little bit early, which is the magic of a great and successful retreat. So thanks, everyone. And hey, don't you think this turned out better than you thought? Okay, I'm just saying.
Yes.
All right, okay. And I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate all the staff for everything that you've done and the hard work and helping center us. I almost feel like this retreat operates every year to like bring us back in, herd us back in and get us focused, which is really, really helpful. And frankly, also learn a lot. I think we learned a lot today about some of the things you guys are doing that we aren't always aware of because we're siloed in our council meetings. So we appreciate all of that. And with that, anybody else want to say anything before we adjourn? I've got this gavel.
I'll add, I'm sorry. Oh, I just wasn't sure how this would go. It was 2 days instead of one. We started with a little protest, and, I feel like there's a lot of enthusiasm in council of late, and I know many of you are running for office again. I wasn't sure, but I am really pleasantly surprised and grateful for how this went, and I love how this process ended, and I think we're going to develop a good plan for the year. So thank you, everyone, including all of you staff, and I'm concerned that you're exhausted and overwhelmed, so we're keeping you in mind.